true that I don't understand that section.
All right, looks like we're ready to go. Thank you very much. And thank you everyone for your patience. Today is August 10th, 2021. Today is our regular board meeting for the Lake County Board of Supervisors. And we're gonna go ahead and start with a moment of silence and then pledge allegiance. And I believe we have a moment of silence from Supervisor Pyska.
I'd like to dedicate the moment of silence this morning to our healthcare workers who are once again stepping up during this COVID surge and are really giving it their all. The last 2 weeks have been a real struggle for them, and I hope we can just think of them and give them our support.
I believe I'm on Supervisor Scott. If you could please lead us in the pledge of allegiance.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. And moving on to item number 4, do we have any extra items that the board wishes to put on the agenda or staff?
No.
Okay, seeing none, moving on to the approval of the consent agenda. Are there any items that the board wishes to pull? So I do want to pull item 5.8 for just clarification. There was an update to this during I believe yesterday, and so I want to make sure the public's aware of the changes. And then I want to pull item 5.9 for further discussion. Let's go ahead and open it up for the public. Any item from the public that they wish to pull from our consent agenda, looking at both the boardroom and the Zoom room. In the Zoom room, please dial *9 if you're calling by telephone to raise your hand so you can be called upon, or press the button at the bottom of your screen that says raise hand. And seeing none, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board for action, minus 5.8 and 5.9.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve items 5.1 and 5.7 on the consent agenda and pull item 5.8 and 5.9.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Simon and a second by Supervisor Scott. Roll call, please. Johanna.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll get to those other items at a later time. It is 9:06, so let's go ahead and go with our 9:05 a.m. item, public input. If anyone has any public expression that does not relate to any of our agenda items on our agenda, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead and go up to the microphone. And again, if you're in the Zoom room, please raise your hand and we will get to the Zoom room after we go through the boardroom. So go ahead and please approach the microphone.
I don't know, it's still vertical.
No worries.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to express my thanks for the board to hearing me, and I want to especially thank the new supervisor that we have in our area. And it's the first time I've been here in a long time. And that's fifth supervisor right there. I am sorry for the informality, but I will endeavor to get to the points right away. I printed something that I could hand out to the board if they would like. The reason why I rise is I wanted to talk about the water just briefly. And I wanted to talk about it from the standpoint of the water stations, as well as the quality of the water, as well as the aquifers, as well as the demands that are being placed on the water. And the reports from the government telling us that it's a private agencies telling us about what we're confronting with the fire temperatures and what that impact's going to be on the water. I have a major concern about it from the standpoint of, I don't know, I haven't seen a report. I've tried to find one, but I haven't seen one. except from a couple of years ago. I've been trying to find a report that shows what the actual usage is of the water here and how it breaks down and how much of that comes out of the aquifers. And trying to figure out also, at what point does the county say, we cannot take any more building because we're getting too many demands placed on the water and we don't have that kind of a supply. And it's going to continue to get worse. So I was looking to the board and the agencies within the board that can produce a report that shows us this information. I have not seen any. And at what point does growth have to slow down for us? I see a lot of vineyards going in. I know they're pulling the water out from underneath the ground, so we don't always see all those sprinklers and everything else out there. But they're using a lot of water, and we don't know how much. And we don't know what the impact is on the aquifers. A couple of years ago, there was a report that was released by the federal government. I believe it was that. And it showed us, we were one of the areas that they assessed, and it showed what position we were in the aquifers and water supply, and it was not healthy. And we were hoping, they were saying, well, if the rains come, well, the rains are not going to come like they used to anymore. So what do we do with what we have, and how do we protect it, and how do we distribute it? Is there a list somewhere that says if we start to run into water supply issues, as the issues are there, are they ranked? At what point do we say we have to take care of the residents in the homes and we have to cut back on the commercial? At what point do we do that? Now, I did that once. I stopped it that way. I stopped the water from being produced in excess on Riviera West. We stopped all construction. And the reason we stopped all construction was because we had an old plant, which we don't have anymore, I'm thankful for that, but we couldn't produce the water. We didn't have enough production capacity. I know that there are plants around this lake that are having trouble producing water.
And sir, your 3 minutes are up if you can get to your final point.
I'm sorry.
You only have 3 minutes for public expression. Your 3 minutes are up if you can get to
I
your
will
final
stop.
comment.
I thank you. I just would like to leave you with, I know plants around the water that are having the same problem that we had numbers of years ago. We could not produce it, and we had extraordinarily bad odor and taste. And I know that some of them are experiencing that right now, and I can only suspect that it's going to get worse. I appreciate your time. I thank you very much, and I appreciate your courtesies.
Sir,
Thank
could we
you.
get your name? Did we get?
Yeah, if we can get your name, please.
I'm sorry, I left my hearing, boy.
Right over here, sir. Right over here, up front. If we can get your name, please.
They want your name.
Your name.
My name?
Yes, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, jeez. My name is Raymond Oliva, O-L-I-V-A. And I live in Riviera West. Please excuse the format with which that is in. I just was lousy today.
No worries, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. Bye now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. I've got a daughter that's a surgical nurse in cardiac, and she's been pulled out of that and thrown in the COVID virus.
And if we can move on, I believe we have other public comments here in this room, so let's go ahead and continue. The microphone is yours for 3 minutes per person.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Siva Gemelli, and I come to you pleading with you that we can come together on our contracts and stop having to fight for it. The only thing I can say to you is if we get the raise that we were asking for, we put it back into our community. Lake County is the poorest county in the state of California. What's the best way to get something out of poverty? You come up with money. Money is the only way we're going to do it. If our providers in this county were being paid the wage that they should have and they need to survive on, we wouldn't even be standing here before you anymore. Please, when you go to vote on a raise for the providers from IHSS, think about that. Think about the fact that our economy gets only better, not worse, if we get what we're worth being paid. I've done it for 29 years, and I get $14 an hour. That's disgraceful. I could go to work for McDonald's and get paid more. And I even get a sign-on bonus. We've got a huge need for providers in this county. And our recipients, there are several recipients out there who can't get a provider right now because we don't have enough providers to go around, because the salary is not high enough for people to hire on anymore. They don't want our job anymore because it doesn't pay enough to keep their family. I have to work 3 jobs. I go to work at 9 in the morning and I get home at 9 at night. That's usually 5 to 6 days a week. And I'm 66 years old. I'm no spring chicken anymore. But if I was being paid a fair wage, I wouldn't have to work so many hours. So please, supervisors, when you are asked by your negotiator and when you're told what we're asking for, please think about it. And remember, the state pays 35%, the feds pay 65%, and you're only paying 17%. So the monies that come out of Lake County's budget is not that high. And you're paid back through realignment. So every penny that you pay towards our salaries is paid back to you through realignment. Now I get it, the state's long and hard at getting your realignment. But the bottom line is you still get it. So what you pay in, you get back. And if you could give us what we deserve, you get it back in our community and in our economy.
Thank you for your comment. Next, please.
Good morning, Board. Leticia Sanchez. I just want to echo off of what Siva said here. You know, if the board were to come to an agreement for what the workers are asking for, it'd be like 16 cents to the dollar, right? And then that 84 cents back is coming back into this community. They're not going to go vacation or go spend it somewhere else. It's going to come here. It's an investment into your community. It's an investment into the future of caregiving. It's an investment into the elderly and the disabled in the community. Nobody is exempt from becoming disabled, becoming old. These are things that happen. And so when you invest in that, you're investing also in your future and the future of your grandchildren, everybody. So caregivers bring a lot into this community. When a caregiver gets hired, they don't just get hired on to babysit people. We become physical therapists, we become mailmen, we become massage, anything you could think of. We become all those things in one. And for a wage that is not sustainable, not livable, especially in these times right now. We have a huge surge right now of COVID. And who's to say that this is the last one? There could be more. And these caregivers worked through the pandemic, the whole pandemic. They're not the ones that were on unemployment draining the system. They were working and putting money into this community. Could you imagine if 1,000-something caregivers stopped working, how much money that would take out of this community? Please think about that and do the right thing.
Thank you. Next comment.
Good morning. I'm Shreya Beck, and I'm a caregiver. Not just that, I agree
If you can please keep your mask on, thank you.
I agree with her and her. I just recently saw Burger King getting paid $15.75, $1.75 more than what I make. We're with our family, we're with our friends, we work our asses off. During this fire right now, I'm working double time. All these people care. How would you feel if you were in our situation? That's what I want you to think about.
Thank you. Next comment. And since I see none in the boardroom, we'll go, please.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Kasha, and I am now an organizer with SEIU 2015, but I've only been an organizer for a few months. However, I was an IHSS provider for 9 years, and I cared for my elderly grandmother who suffered from dementia. And it was really important to her that she stayed in her house. And had we not been able to, she would have been institutionalized. And given her type of dementia, she would have never been able to settle there. They would have had to dope her up with drugs to keep her calm, to keep her from running off, et cetera, et cetera. Instead, she got to live out her life in her own home. She lived for 9 years after I moved in with her, and I was able to keep her out of her home, out of a nursing home because of IHSS. So this is something that's really personal to me, and it was the only way to keep my grandmother out of a home. Now, I don't know about all of you, but if my grandma doesn't want to go to her home, I want to keep her out of there, right? Hopefully you want to keep your parents out of there. Hopefully you want to keep yourselves out of there. And the only way to do that is by investing in IHSS. People like my grandmother couldn't pay, she's gone now, couldn't pay out of pocket for caregiving. Our elderly and our disabled, our most vulnerable populations depend on this program. And what you've heard today is that there's not even enough caregivers in this county to care for everyone who's needed because they can't even make a living wage. So I implore you to invest in your most vulnerable populations. None of us are caregivers because of the money, because we're trying to get rich, because it's financially advantageous. We do it because we care about our loved ones. We care about our vulnerable communities, and we are asking you to do the same. Please, please approve the contract that these folks deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment.
Good morning, Board. My name is Luisa Costa, and with all due respect, I'm here as a community organizer, as a person who's been living in Lake County most of my life. I was a caregiver for my father, but I was not getting paid. My father needed care 24 hours a day, and we chose to have another family member get paid through IHSS, and we helped in. No one, my dad was in and out of the hospital several times, and there was nobody out there that was going to provide 24-hour care. Now let me tell you, we have, and I'm just learning about the IHSS program in the recent months. A lot of these workers, over 2,000 IHSS workers in our county, we could bombard this place in no time, but unfortunately, please understand their situations. A lot of the parents cannot come out to express their need. A lot of our folks are living in poverty, okay, poverty. This is your chance to please make a little change in their lives. Honestly, $1 above minimum wage is still nothing. You've heard it, McDonald's is paying higher. Everybody else's wages are going up. Right now, we have a great need in our community for workers. I went to Starbucks. Starbucks is closed. They have no employees. So you know what? People are needed. And these folks are willing to stay because for, various reasons. Parents have no choice, okay? Nobody will take care of the loved ones the same way a parent or a loved one can. And these folks are lovable. They have love not only for the loved ones, but for other folks that need them. So I'm begging you to do the right thing. Give them what they deserve. And let's move on. You guys are very compassionate folks. You have seen it. And I think it's time that you do the right thing. Please give them what they're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments in the boardroom before we move on to the Zoom room?
Good morning, Board. My name is Simone Tapman, and I just want to say that right now I'm taking care of a client who has a glioblastoma, which is a brain tumor. It is malignant, and she's going to die. If it wasn't for the IHSS program, she would have to have hospice come in, and pretty much they would just keep her doped up and until she transitions over. So again, with all these other people in here, I'm just asking that you please consider, our raise. We really do need it, and we just really appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. And last call again for any comments in the boardroom before we move on. Okay, let's go to Jennifer Denham on the Zoom room.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
First, I'd like to say thank you to Supervisor Pyska for dedicating your moment of silence to healthcare workers. That is myself included. I appreciate that very much. I am a IHSS provider since 2007. My son is 23 years old. He has autism and a seizure disorder. I wanted to be there in person today with my brothers and sisters with SEIU 2015, but the current COVID conditions in this county prohibit that, which is the case for many of our healthcare workers. We're staying home to keep them safe. Therefore, I would again like to request that the Lake County Board of Supervisors provide a contract that will pay us what we deserve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I see no further hands up in the Zoom room, and just again, double checking in the boardroom, making sure we didn't miss anyone. All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Thank you all for coming. And we are going to, it's 9:24. Let's see. Let's go ahead and open up 7.2. Do we have Deputy Director Delagianis? Yes, we do. So let's go ahead and do 7.2, sitting as the Board of Directors for the Lake County Watershed Protection District. Consideration of A, expenditure of funds for an administrative settlement, and B, consideration to determine appropriate budget unit for the appropriation, and C, consideration of purchase agreement for property known as Assessors Parcel Numbers 031031909 and 031041320 in the amount of $1,495,600, and authorize the Chair of the Board of Directors to sign the administrative settlement and purchase agreement. Deputy Director.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much for having me this morning. As Mr. Chair stated, we are coming to you with the consideration of approval of expenditures of funds for an administrative settlement, determine of appropriate budget unit for the appropriation, and approve a purchase agreement for a parcel that is located in the Middle Creek Restoration Project. So the board has seen a few of these appraisals coming to the board for approval, et cetera. But just as a background, we are currently working with a grant that we have been awarded through the California Department of Water Resources from Willing Sellers. And this grant does expire right now on March 31st, 2022. So it is quickly approaching. We are moving quickly towards our deadline, and we still have a few parcels that are left to acquire. This being one of them, this parcel is one of our priority parcels for a variety of reasons, but one of the biggest reasons is because this parcel, it's a large parcel, it is the parcel that is bordering Rodman Slough area. So once we are able to acquire this parcel, again, we can quickly move forward towards the completion of this project. So just a little bit of background for this item specifically. So the purchase for this agreement, we have a third-party contractor consultant that we've been working with, Paragon Partners, who build all of our appraisals. We had to send them to the state for review, et cetera. So the appraisal that was built for this parcel was created in January of this year and was approved by the California Department of Water Resources on March 3, 2021 for $1,371,000. Now, we did receive a counter offer from the broker of this parcel, which is $1,000 more per acre for a total of $1,495,000. So when we got that counter offer from our consultants, we did send that to the state for review and approval. They did not approve paying the additional $124,600, which is above the appraisal that they already approved. And they did outline a few other options for us. Now, out of the three options that the state did recommend to us, we decided the quickest route would just to be have them reimburse us for the $1,371,000, and then the county pay the additional $124,600. So with that, my recommendation to the board today to pay this additional $124,600 is that we will be the district would would be okay with relocating $150,000 from our reserves and then transfer these funds to Budget Unit 8109 to cover the additional 124,600 on top of the 1.3 million that we will be getting reimbursed from the state to successfully acquire this parcel with the quickly approaching timeline that we are coming across. Now, if we do this route, we are currently, and we will continue to explore options for reimbursement. Again, the goal is to get this 125,000 reimbursed, and then that way we can put that money back into our reserves that we took out to cover this expenditure. And I apologize if I went too quickly.
No, perfect. Thank you very much for the presentation. Are there any questions from board members on this item?
Yeah.
Supervisor Simon.
Just, when you talk about looking to get the money reimbursed and the agency that approves the sale has already denied that, the counteroffer. So what is the plan for the reimbursement in the future? Because you say you plan on it, but what is the actual path?
And that is a great question. That's what we are open to. I know that there could be some potential funds, grants down the road. We know that we are not going to get reimbursed from this current grant from the state, but in the future there could be other possibilities too. I know that there are some local grants as well, so keeping our options open, but our biggest priority right now is, we do have funds in reserves that we can get this parcel acquired right now, and in the meantime, continue to look at options. So we're open. I don't have here's my solution right now, here's my current grant right now, but I'm keeping those options open and we are actively exploring.
And just to be clear, the 1.3 million or the approximate appraisal amount is approved by the state for payment. It's only the 125,000, just under that, that will be utilized coming out of our own personal funds of the county, which again, we look in the future to see if we can compensate and return that money to the reserves.
That is correct, Mr. Chair, and we have already discussed this approach with the state, so they'd be well aware that when we do the reimbursement, that's how it's going to look like.
And I know that from our Middle Creek Restoration Committee, this is a very important piece of land to access, a very large piece of land, and this helps us move forward. I believe we need one more important piece to really be able to start looking at the new bridge that needs to be located for where the new historical flow will be flowing out of the area. And this is one of those key pieces that we've been working hard on. This is directly from the first contract that we had with Paragon, not the new contract we have with Monument, and Paragon was working on our priority properties that we really needed to get done quickly, and this is one of those priority properties. Or these two are some of our priority properties. So this is exciting to have this on the board, and I'm glad that we were able to figure out a way to make this happen rather than coming back with a no response from the state saying that the entirety of the counter offer would be denied. So I'm happy the state is working with us, and I'm glad that we're able to find ways to make this happen today. Any further conversation at the board level? Let's go ahead and open it up for the public. I do see that Ms. Grant has her hand up.
Your board may want to inquire of the department, since this amount is significantly over the fair market value that's been determined for the property. Those factors and circumstances, she believes, justify the county going beyond the fair market value price of the property for its acquisition.
Okay, and let's go ahead and see if Deputy Director Deligiannis has a response to that. And real quick before that, I do know that I believe it was in the memo, not sure if it was in a private conversation that I had, but being less than a 10% increase was what the Director of Water Resources stated was an appropriate increase, but I'll let the Deputy Director Deligiannis elaborate on that.
Yes, and thank you for that question. So that is correct. We work closely with our county right-of-way agent, Celia Hoberg. She has the expertise in terms of appraisal, relocation, et cetera. And then with close coordination and communications with Celia, with the state, with our professional consulting services, we did deem this appraisal appropriate since it was below the 10% appraisal purchase that was, or the appraisal cost that was proposed initially.
Thank you very much for the response. Any further conversation?
Could I ask just a further clarifying question?
Please.
So it's been stated that the state has approved the amount, and has the state approved it with the knowledge that it is above the appraised value?
Yes, they've approved to pay the appraisal amount and us paying the difference. And so the reimbursement will be the 1.3, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but approximately 1.3 million. And then with the expectation that the county will take care of the next $125,000. The state has given us an approval, and I say us, the Middle Creek Restoration team has spoken about this, that the state has said yes to making it happen in that way, reimburse us entirely for the appraisal amount, and then the county pay for the extra based on the counter offered by the owners.
So we have a document trail to that effect.
And I'll let Deputy Director Deligianis respond to that.
Yes, that is correct. We do have a document trail.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the question, because that would be a dangerous situation if we had not had a paperwork trail. I don't think any of us want to be in a situation where we have to flip the entire 1.5.
And I would just like to say one more thing, if that's
Please.
appropriate. All right, thank you. So I just want to let the board and the community know that the budgetary adjustments with this request will be during the final recommended budget process. So that will be going before the board and through the community as well. So I just want to make that clarification with the movement of these funds from reserves to budget unit 8109.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further conversations before we open it up for the public? Let's go ahead and open it up. I see that we have phone 1113 with their hand up. If this is related to this, because I've seen your hand up for a little bit since we closed public comment. If it's related to this item, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Could barely hear you.
Okay, I'm wondering if there's going to be an opportunity to speak about the COVID response.
There is a COVID update, I believe at 11 a.m. I don't have the agenda right in front of me, but I believe it's at 11 a.m. Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then let's go back to the boardroom. Any comments on this item? Please come to the microphone. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Joan Moss. I want to make sure that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, and that it meets CEQA requirements.
So there is no CEQA requirement at this point. Since there's no development, this is only the purchase of a property. I'll let Deputy Director Deligianis add to that if there's anything needed to be added.
Oh, you covered that correctly, Mr. Chair. Yes, we are still in the early phases of this project, but once we do get to the actual boots on the ground work, we will do all of the environmental and cultural processes that need to take place to ensure that we do this project correctly.
Thank you for adding that. And seeing no further comments from both the Zoom room and the boardroom, bring it back to the board. Any further conversation before action? And if not, let's go ahead and take action.
Mr. Chair, sitting as the Board of Directors for the Lake County Watershed Protection District, I will move to consider the expenditure of funds for administrative settlement and consider the determined appropriate budget unit for the appropriation, and C, consideration of purchase agreement for property known as Assessor's Parcel Number 031-031-909 and 031-041-320 in the amount of $1,495,600, and authorize the chair of the Board of Directors to sign the administrative settlement and purchase agreement.
Second.
I have a request for a slight change, and I apologize for not bringing this up. I think there may have been a typo in the APN number. Please double check this, but when looking at the Montanos agreement on the appraisal, it's 031031-09, not 909. And also if we can say the approval of expenditure of funds for an to determine appropriate budget units for the appropriation, if we can say as presented.
Okay.
Since that doesn't have a specific on what budget units. And if Deputy Director Deligianis can make sure that that is the correct APN 031-031-09, not 909?
That is correct, yes. Thank you for catching that.
Okay.
So I will go to those parcel numbers 031, 031, 09, and 031, 041, 320. Got it. And as presented, and authorize the chair of the board of directors to sign.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Supervisor Crandall and a second from Supervisor Pyska. Johanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, board, for your time this morning. I appreciate it.
And it is 9:39. Let's go ahead and get to our 9:30 a.m. item, 6.2, presentation of the Lake County Recreation Center Feasibility Study Phase 1, and B, consideration of county financial participation for Phase 2 of the study. Director Ewing, good morning.
All right, good morning, board. Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. We've come to the board a couple of times on this topic, but for the purposes of just a background, about 2 years ago, a group of, around the county, a group that consisted of the city of Lakeport, Lakeport Unified School District, Hope Rising, and the county, some representatives from the county, started discussions about a possible, at the time, it was a possibility of a pool in the general Lakeport area. That conversation and really the focus of that group shifted throughout the years, and it expanded to include the city of Clear Lake and a consideration for something beyond, just a pool to start looking at a broader community recreation center. In February of this year, we came to the board to approve a cost-sharing agreement between the two cities and the county to start Phase 1 of this feasibility study to evaluate what would a community recreation center or recreation centers, plural, what would it look like? We felt that it was important to really do a thorough professional study to evaluate what the needs are, some cost estimates, and see where we can go, how we might be arranged organizationally to support that. So in February, your board approved a $20,000 share of the initial phase of a feasibility study. The funding for that came from an internal cannabis grant, which we submitted and your board approved. At the time that cost-sharing agreement was approved, we indicated that the Phase 1, the $20,000 share that I just mentioned, Phase 1 would be authorized, but Phase 2 would not be authorized, nor would our funding commitment be committed until Phase 1 was completed and your board had an opportunity to hear the presentation of findings. So that's where we are right now, and I'm joined by Brian Whitmore with Studio W Architects. They were the firm, he was the principal of the firm, along with some other subconsultants that completed the study. They were selected by, went out by the city of Lakeport in coordination with that same team, an RFP, and Studio W Architects was the selected firm. So Brian is here to present the summary of Phase 1, and I think it's just important to note that the Phase 2 has been, Phase 1 has been heard by both of the cities. Brian has given this presentation, or at least a modified version focused potentially on those two cities. But he has provided those to the two cities, and it's now your board's opportunity to hear it and then consider moving ahead with Phase 2. Phase 2 is also approved through the cannabis grant at a cost of $31,000. That's the county's share of the total $92,000 for Phase 2. So at this point, I'd like to hand it over to Brian. Brian, I believe you have the ability to control the screen, so I'll turn it over to Brian. Thank you, Lars. Good morning. I'm Brian Whitmore. I am the president and CEO of Studio W Architects. I've got a presentation that I'll load here in just a moment. Lars, I'm going to ask you, though, both Mike Shelito and Dennis Berkshire are in the waiting room as part of the Zoom. I don't know if there's a way that we can allow them to come in and also be speakers. I can certainly cover their material, but to have them here, I think, would be advantageous as well. So. I think that's being done as you're talking. Thank you. Wonderful. Well, thank you very much. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Try that again. Better? Can you guys see that okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. All right. Well, I get a moment here to set up. I'd like Mike Shelito and also Dennis Berkshire to introduce themselves, if they wouldn't mind doing that real quickly.
Oh, and you're muted still, if you can unmute.
Hi, I'm Mike Shelito. I'm with the team with Studio W Architects. Ostensibly as an operational consultant. I retired from the city of Roseville in 2010 as city manager, but I spent most of my career there as assistant city manager and the Parks and Recreation director. And while with the city of Roseville, we built and operated several facilities similar to those being contemplated with this project. Since retiring about 11 years ago, I worked with about 24 agencies on operational analysis, strategic plans, and similar types of feasibility studies for recreation and aquatic centers. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
And good morning, everybody. Hi, I'm Dennis Berkshire with Aquatic Design Group. I'm president and principal at Aquatic Design Group. We're an architectural engineering firm that specializes in public swimming pools, recreational water. We were founded in 1984, and we've completed more than 4,000 public sector projects across the United States, working in 42 states and 24 countries. We're fortunate to design probably close to 70% of all the large public swimming pool projects in California, and have done a fair amount of projects from Santa Rosa to Redding to Yuba City, throughout the Northern California area. Brian?
Thank you, guys. And then just very briefly, Studio W Architects, we are an architecture and planning firm. We work all over the state of California, from Humboldt County all the way down to Orange County. We have offices in Sacramento, San Jose, and Irvine. We do a number of public projects, primarily education, but also recreation, commercial. Primarily about 90% of our revenue is with public folks all throughout the state. So cities, counties, public school districts, other public entities, recreational park districts, and so forth. And many of the projects we start with are based on this sort of feasibility study. So we're very excited today to present. I'm going to go through very quickly the agenda. We're going to have a high-level presentation of the report that we put together for Phase 1. As was pointed out earlier, our services have been divvied up into a Phase 1 and a Phase 2 service. We'll talk about the purpose and the process of Phase 1 here in a moment. We'll identify Lake County Recreation Task Force members. These are the partners that we've identified through this process that I think have a potential of partnering with you either financially or operationally. We'll go through an overview of the program as was described to us and what we gleaned from the task force in terms of the type of programmatic features that this community is looking for, both in terms of recreation and aquatics. We did put together as part of this Phase 1 study some capital cost estimates and cost recovery trends as it relates to the maintenance, ongoing maintenance and operation of facilities of this kind. We also looked at management structure opportunities, funding opportunities, project location opportunities, and at the end, we'll talk to you about the next steps. So the purpose of the Phase 1 study, as is probably well aware, is really to explore the feasibility of the recreation and or aquatic centers in Lake County.
As was mentioned earlier, there's kind of differing interests depending on where you go throughout the county, certain areas of the lake. A lot of support certainly for this, and we've seen that in the presentations that we've made with the cities here in the past month. But generally speaking, there is an interest in terms of both recreation and aquatics, and maybe varying levels of both, depending on where you go. So it's our goal as part of both phase 1 and phase 2 to identify, is it feasible, and if so, what are the resources that you have available to put it together. We want to identify the marketability of the facility, so essentially its need, identify the programmatic features to start to establish potential costs and cost recovery, and then identify management structure, funding, and location opportunities. Phase 1 is really more about observations, not so much recommendations. So you'll see more observations, more gathering of information in phase 1. The goal is that a lot of that would filter through into phase 2, such that we can make some more pointed recommendations to the cities and to the county at the end of the phase 2 study. The process began on March 24th of 2021. We held regular meetings with the Lake County Recreation Task Force. We facilitated site tours of some of the possible location opportunities within the county on April 13th, and we scheduled presentations, as was mentioned. We presented to the city of Clear Lake on July 15th, the city of Lakeport last week on August 3rd, and today, of course, the county of Lake on August 10th. As far as the task force is concerned and who we've identified as the partners in your community, obviously the local government agencies, yourselves at Lake County, the city of Lakeport, the city of Clear Lake, but also Lake County Office of Education potentially has a stake in this, certainly as an educational facility. What we find in communities like yours throughout the state is that local school districts oftentimes have a stake in this sort of thing. One of the projects that we have a lot of experience in that's ongoing right now, and I'll reference this presentation, is the city of Sacramento's North Natomas Aquatic Center and Community Center, which was a project that started in 2014, very much like your own, with the idea of a feasibility study, inevitably led the city to make the determination to move forward on a 50-meter Olympic-sized pool and 25-yard lap pool, along with the community center and other elements. That was a partnership between the city of Sacramento and Natomas Unified School District. So we see the school district partnering in many ways, or the potential for the school districts, but also the community colleges locally to partner with these sorts of folks, either through their own bonding capacity or other maintenance and operational type of agreements. And we'll talk about some of those agreements here in a moment. Obviously, your local school districts include Lakeport, Canocti, Upper Lake. We've looked at Mendocino College and also Woodland Community College as potential partners. Local community organizations, there are a number of them. Generally speaking, the theme with all of these folks is that they have some sort of engagement with wellness, whether that be wellness in terms of physical wellness or mental wellness. And these are a number of folks that we've identified that were either already part of the task force or recommended to be part of the task force. That included First Five Lake County, the Lake Family Resource Center, the Lake County Channel Cats is the primary swim group in the area, has a lot of interest obviously in the aquatics program. Hope Rising, the Westside Park Committee, which is part of the Lakeport Westside Park area, and the Redwood Community Services area. Healthcare providers oftentimes have a stake or have an interest in participating in these types of programs. Again, for the physical health of the recreation center and the potential for things like health and rejuvenation when it comes to aquatics. So you have a number of healthcare providers locally that are active in the community, Center Health, Adventist Health, and also Tribal Health. One of the additional resources that you have that is unique to your region is the fact that you also have a number of local tribes. And I think that there is the potential for interest from the local tribes in getting involved in this process, and again, participating perhaps at some financial level. These are the local tribes that were identified, and we've listed them. Generally speaking, they haven't been part of the task force, but there would be a desire, I think, to reach out and try to nail down what the potential of partnership might look like if any of them were interested in the near future. So one of the things we started out with was a program, really trying to identify, again, programmatically, what is it that the community is looking for in terms of both recreation and pool. And so this is a culmination of a lot of the task force meetings and the interest of different groups and individuals that participated in the task force in terms of what they might want to see in terms of an actual rec center. So generally speaking, it's based on a multi-use court of some kind, probably an 84 by 50 foot basketball court with cross courts, both volleyball and basketball use. The idea of potentially racquetball courts, a cardio weights area, training rooms, a number of small training rooms for things like yoga, Pilates, other types of fitness types of programs, maybe some sort of game area or multi-generational area. There's definitely an interest to gain interest from both elderly folks and young people alike to participate in a facility of this kind. Obviously supporting spaces like restrooms, locker rooms, custodial storage equipment, and then general circulation. So at a high level, we're looking at the potential of maybe a 15,000 square foot facility of some kind. So that really gave us an indication of what sort of size-wise do we need in terms of land, if there's a reuse of space, what sort of physical space might be needed for that purpose. Likewise, we went through a number of different options, 4 options as it related to the potential of the pool. This was the first option, first conceptual option that Dennis and his team had put together, which is the idea of a 4,800 square foot pool featuring a 75 foot long by 45 wide lap area and a teaching peninsula. The idea that there would be the combination of both competition and also learning, learn to swim, that sort of thing. Obviously in the area that we're dealing with here in Lake County, there's a huge desire to have swim lessons. And certainly being with proximity to the lake, the desire to teach children to swim at early ages, maybe beyond, say, other communities. This example is shown here at the city of Patterson, and so gives a good idea of both the size and the costs associated here in a moment with this type of a pool. In each case, we're looking at maybe 2 bodies of water, so a pool for both competition and learn to swim, and the potential, I'll say also recreation, but also the potential of a spray ground. So some sort of playground type, smaller children type of activity pool as well. The sizes of the pool dictate the bathhouse and support buildings, the pool deck areas, and so you can see just how much square footage or acreage we would need to support a pool option of this kind. The second option was a larger facility, maybe 5,700 square foot pool featuring a 75 foot long by 75 foot wide lap area for 10 lanes. Gauche Park in Yuba City has a very similar sized pool. Again, because of the size, we increase the size of the bathhouse and support building, pool deck area along with that per code. While this is great for competition, it doesn't lend itself maybe as well to some of the learning opportunities. And so the next option here, option 3, is the option that we featured as part of that North Natomas Aquatics and Community Center I mentioned earlier with the city of Sacramento, where by size, it's roughly the same size, but instead of 10 laps, we have 9 laps, and we have this full-length stair area there on the end, which is really great for young swimmers, those learning to swim, lessons, those kinds of things that make for a very sort of strong activity pool, not just a competition pool. And then a final option here, the smallest of which would be the potential of a 3,500 roughly square foot pool featuring 75 foot long by 45 foot wide lap area for probably more like 6 lanes. And the Mayfair Park pool in San Jose is a good example. Dennis, would you like to add anything as it relates to these options and again, some of the feedback that we received from the task force?
Sure, thank you, Brian. So when we look at these pools and various options, we wanted to be cognizant of not only what are the capital costs, what are the site requirements for this, but also how's this going to affect operations, programming, and support community services for the next 20 to 30 years. So when we looked at these various options, part of these are taking a look at, for example, the image that we're looking at here, the 6-lane pool that can support a small swim team. It also can serve swim lessons. It can serve recreation swim, all on kind of a minimum scale. But this also starts to get into how do we create perhaps an area that might be more of a regional park where we can start talking about operating cost recoveries that Mike Shellito will get into in detail here. But all of these things are kind of an overlay in terms of the programs, the levels of service, what it's going to cost to build, and what's it going to do to affect our operating for the next, as I said, 20 to 30 years. Brian?
So as I mentioned earlier, each one of these options also included the idea of a spray ground. Again, this is shown in Mayfair Park in San Jose. So again, looking at multi-generational use of this aquatics facility, not just for competition and for learning, but also for the potential play and activity. The site area, the total site area, and the parking necessary for each one of these facilities is also dictated a bit by the size of the facility and also the size of the pools and the pool deck area. And so we had a variety of different options there showing the parking and then the ultimate areas needed. So by and large, we put together a very high level capital cost estimate on each of these. This is really just a unit per square foot cost at this level, lump sums associated with the site and the site infrastructure, assuming that something like this might be built from the ground up. We include contingency at roughly 10%. We looked at escalation, which we are still very much realizing even in the pandemic at about 4% per year for 3 years. And then what we call soft costs, being all of the ancillary costs along with hard construction costs of design, testing, inspection, agency approval, all of these things, at roughly an industry standard about 25%. What you'll see in each of these options is the total estimated cost, somewhere around $21 to $22 million, assuming that 15,000 square foot facility with pools and pool decks and parking areas of these size, ground up, bringing site utilities to the site is about what you would expect to spend over, let's say, if the facility was built in the next 3 years. Maybe sticker shock, maybe something that we say, wow, that's too much. But again, the purpose of this feasibility study is really to identify the potential there and then be able to sort of back in or back out of if there are targets of costs that we want to look at. Again, option 3 and option 4 being the smallest in total cost. We also developed a cost of just the recreation center by itself. And this was really as a result of the city of Clear Lake that has a stronger interest, quite honestly, in doing a recreation center by itself and not necessarily an aquatic center. So you can see the potential cost there closer around $12 million, somewhere in that ballpark total project cost for a facility of that kind. I'm going to turn it over to Mike Shellito here in a moment. We went through a variety of options as it related to cost recovery trends. Not just capital cost expenditures, but what might the possibility look like of ongoing sort of annualized costs and revenue potential based on sort of similar size facilities in the state of California. So Mike, you want to jump in?
Yeah, thanks, Brian. I think one of the concerns on the part of both cities and the county itself was the operating costs of both the pools and the centers. Because this is a high-level issue, we really just looked at some benchmarks of existing facilities that were similar in the program, although all the ones that we looked at were frankly bigger than a 15,000 square foot building. And so you can see that the potential cost recovery of a facility with the program that was developed for this project can actually do fairly well in terms of cost recovery. The smallest is the facility I'm most familiar with is the Roseville Sports Center. It's about 23,000 square feet, has gym, fitness equipment, dance, exercise room, meeting rooms, common areas, all that. That facility is around 23,000 and currently runs around an 87% cost recovery. The rest of the facilities are somewhat bigger, albeit some include a pool like the Mill Valley Community Center and Pool Incline Village up in Tahoe area and the CV Star Community Center and Pool, or a combination of pools. And all of those are indoor pools that are associated with the project. The CV Star facility is a little bit unique in that it was built by the Mendocino Coast Recreation and Park District. And then it has a partnership with the city of Fort Bragg that ended up passing a tax override issue to help support the annual operation. You can see the subsidy from Fort Bragg is around $1 million a year. So, you know, I think one of the mistakes sometimes agencies get into if they have enough money to build something, but they haven't really contemplated how they're going to operate it. And that's true for both recreation centers and pools. So that's, of the cost recovery, that's the least revenue generating facility. But if you look at the averages, you can see that it's not unusual for facilities with these programs are recovering about 78%. I think it's important to note the program for the building really is essential, and all of these facilities these are really designed to generate income. So either through daily fees or monthly dues or even annual passes that the residents can use. Other programs they operate, whether they're personal training or classes or camps, are really designed to be fee-based. This isn't a traditional community center with rentable meeting rooms for receptions and those type of things. It's really designed to be a drop-in recreation activity use-based center. And so also in the report, we looked at different operating models. And I think Brian will touch on that in a minute.
Yeah, why don't we jump into that? But I just want to point out as well, as Mike mentioned, that, what we're looking at here, depending on the program ultimately that's formed, and certainly as part of phase 2, is that we would expect to start to see, cost recovery in line, and the average here, 70-80%, somewhere in that ballpark. And then depending on the size, obviously, and what we would identify as potential expenses and revenues, maybe a couple $100,000 a year in terms of funding subsidy over time. As you can see, some of the more affluent areas in Climb Village and others much higher. So we want to consider certainly, your community, what your community can bear in terms of costs, ticket prices, entry fees, those kinds of things. What sort of special types of functions might they have in order?
Brian, I might point out one other just slight difference, but this is true for all the centers. All of these centers that we're looking at have, well, not all, but most all have gym space, a basketball court. And so in addition to the daily use fees or monthly uses, those facilities are used for youth sports, adult sports, that those programs may live somewhere else in the recreation department that runs them. It's not really part of that direct cost recovery, but it does provide a use. All of these facilities have daily use fees as opposed to a private health club, so that people can drop in and use it. They're open to everyone. And some uses of the facilities, gyms in particular, can be used for large community events, crab feeds, those kind of things as well. So I just wanted to point that out on a rental basis.
Yep. Mike, you want to jump in and talk about management structures as well?
Yeah, I think one of the things, given the nature of the requests for proposals or the feasibility study that we're doing for the jurisdictions in Lake County, we looked at what are some other jurisdictions that run. So we kind of walked through some typical models. The top one that you see is the joint development. This is the Roseville Sports Center, the Roseville Aquatics Complex that's adjacent to a local high school at Wood Creek High School in Roseville. This is a joint development, the North Natomas Aquatic Center. Typically, in this case, the school district contributed around $1.2 million towards construction, as well as some additional funding for ball fields and those things that are in the adjacent park site. And also the school district provides money for annual ongoing operation to subsidize the operation. In the joint use agreement, typically the landowner is the lead agency. And in this case, it's the city of Roseville, that the land is on a park site adjacent to the high school. But we also did a joint use agreement where the land was, we built a pool on school property where it was the city contributed towards the school district. And the agreement covers annual operating costs and then ongoing capital costs for big ticket replacement items. At some point, if you had to replaster the pool or buy new equipment, then there's a cost sharing methodology with that. The other project is I worked with the city of Agoura Hills and Calabasas in Southern California. They actually formed a joint powers authority to build this community center. This is again a fitness center, and you can see some other pictures in the report itself that has gym, fitness, climbing walls, multi-purpose meeting rooms. This actually has a teen center inside. The JPA model really creates a separate entity as its own government agency, in this case between the two cities. The JPA also is formed where there's a board of directors that is comprised of council members from each of the respective cities, as well as some citizens at large between Agoura Hills and Calabasas. Each of those cities contribute about $100,000 a year towards the operation of that facility. Additionally, funding came from the cities themselves, as well as they were able to get some state funding from the state of California to build the center. The third, I mentioned a little bit about the Mendocino Coast Recreation and Park District. CV Star Community Center and Spath Aquatic Center is just a large, well-done facility, and they were fortunate in Mendocino and in the facilities actually in Fort Bragg. They had a sizable contribution from a donation from two different benefactors. But once they started operating it, they developed an operating agreement with the city of Fort Bragg. Actually, although it sits on the Mendocino Coast Recreation Park District property in the city of Fort Bragg, part of the agreement is that the technical owner of the built facility is the city of Fort Bragg, and they contribute to the annual operating cost towards that facility. And then the last is one of the things we were asked to look at is creating a special recreation and park district. This is a picture of the Truckee Donner Community Center and Pool Complex in Truckee. Truckee Donner is a special district that serves the town of Truckee. It serves some unincorporated areas as well as Tahoe Donner, which is a large homeowner association in the area. And this facility was built solely really by the Truckee Donner Recreation and Park District. They had some funding. They went out for a bond issue a couple times and was narrowly defeated, but they eventually ended up with enough money to build the facility. And although I don't use it in the benchmark, it has a very robust cost recovery as well, similar to at least in line with the averages.
So one of the things we also did was look at potential for funding of these facilities and the type of funding that's generally available. We divvied this up into two categories, currently are reasonably available, and then other potential sources that could be available in the future. This is probably the one missing piece that I think is part of phase two. Potentially we want to focus on more is where are the opportunities for funding. One of the things that we had with the North Natomas Aquatic Center project, which as I mentioned, is now under construction and be finished here in October. It's about a $40 million facility. Is we had a champion of that facility at the city level, and that was the councilwoman who was responsible for that district, District 1 in the city of Sacramento. She really identified the opportunities, made the push for general funding from the city, and other opportunities that made that happen. And I think that's something that we would want to consider both at the county level and potentially also the cities is who is that champion? What are the funding mechanisms that we want to start to consider as we start to isolate the potential cost? General funds obviously exist at all entities, some in higher amounts, some in less. We know that those funds are precious, and so recognizing that, of course, there's a large argument that needs to be made to position general funds for these kinds of facilities. We understand at the county level there is some Quimby state grants, both the Lake County and also local school districts. For example, at the local school district level, Prop 51, which was the last state grant, is pretty much all spoken for. We do anticipate, unfortunately, they did have a state grant back in March of last year, which did not pass, but there is another state grant being positioned, at least for local school districts, in 2022. Some of the local districts that may have leveraged their own bond funds may be being paid back through state grants and have the ability to then move some of that state grant money into other pots. Neighboring housing development funds, certainly the city of Clear Lake has the potential for some of this and is looking at this as it relates to their Burns Valley development. Local district bonds, we understand that there were maybe even some promises made from Lakeport USD in the past about their local bond. But both Lakeport and Canocti at least have some funding left on local bonds in the past, may potentially look at bonding capacity in the future. Remaining Rescue Act funds, Canocti Unified School District, and the potential for property or asset sale. We understand Lakeport Unified has some property they may look at leveraging to contribute to this source. Other potential sources, tax assessments. development funding, state bond funding through Prop 68, federal funding potentially through the American Recovery Act, the JPA funding, this was mentioned earlier in the management structures by Mike, potential of deeding land, certainly donations or one-time funding, and it was also mentioned here locally the potential of cannabis industry-related funding as well. A project location opportunity. So we looked at a number of different location potentials, primarily on either the western shore there in the Lakeport area or on the east shore, the city of Clear Lake. We looked at site selection criteria, and part of that criteria is really defined by the fact that synergies exist between communities, community-run programs such as athletic facilities, senior centers, libraries, other types of facilities, along with recreation and aquatics. And so the potential for there to be a proximity, for example, to a community park was something that was very much a pro when we looked at potential site locations. Ideas such as shared parking. An aquatic center, for example, may ramp up on a weekend when they have a special event for swimming, but might not need as much parking during the week when another type of facility might need parking. So the ability to share parking and not expend the capital cost of building it, where the use patterns are complementary to one another, is something we consider. A co-location, as I mentioned earlier, of libraries, centers, schools, or pools is very positive. And then placemaking principles. And so some of the things such as sociability, comfort, sort of the general image of the place, access to mass transit or to arterial streets for easy access to the highway, for example, for easy access is something we looked at as well. So possible locations included the West Shore Swimming Pool, Quail Run Fitness Center, which is a pre-existing modernization opportunity, the Westside Community Park, and also the Burns Valley Park development. When we look at the Burns Valley Park development, for example, this product here is something that the city of Clear Lake in this case is looking forward to moving forward on pretty quickly. And so what they're doing is they're going through the process of the master plan now. They've engaged some civil engineers and landscape architects to begin the process of layout, and they are looking at identifying, at least as part of the master plan, the ability for a recreational center, not necessarily an aquatic center at this location. So this is an area that's already designated as park. Many synergies exist with some of the areas around it. There are some ground up, obviously, costs that we know of that we're forced to deal with in this particular case. But generally speaking, it's a great opportunity for them. If I go back, and I apologize because I used the wrong slides here. I had slides on the West Shore Swimming Pool, Quail Run, and Westside, which I shared with Lakeport, and I meant to have them in here. The West Shore Swimming Pool is the old swimming pool facility as part of the Lakeport High School area, Clear Lake High School. That is a defunct facility. It's a facility that has not been operational for many years. There's not a lot to save there or reuse. It's got some challenges when it comes to ADA access to that area, and we all recognize that from a findability standpoint, just to locate that facility from sort of major thoroughfares through sort of the west side of town, that it's difficult to get there. There are some synergies, obviously, with parking with the school facility, but we did recognize there are challenges associated with bringing adults to the high school property and also the middle school and elementary schools that are also co-located there, as opposed to, saying, building a facility where then you bring students to that facility. The Quail Run Fitness Center, I think, is a very interesting opportunity. It's a pre-existing facility. It's about the size that programmatically one would need to build. The pool is a little bit smaller than what we would generally say we would want to see programmatically for this type of use. So we probably rebuild the pool shell, the pool deck area, those sorts of things. But it has parking. It's very proximate to the Westside Community Park facility. And so there is some capital costs that you can save by utilizing a pre-existing facility, renovating it for the purposes of that use. Really depends on the cost at which maybe that fitness center could be obtained. And but by virtue of the fact that it's very close to the Westside Community Park, There's an opportunity there for pedestrian connections and again, some of the synergies we mentioned with the athletic facilities along with that pool and that fitness center. The Westside Community Park itself is a master planned facility, much like the Burns Valley Park development. It has a phase 3 area off to the west that currently has not been developed. It's a very flat area. It's a very buildable area. It has utilities in the street. There would be some changes that the city of Lakeport would need to make in terms of looking at that area for the purposes of a recreation and or aquatic center. But it has a lot of synergies, again, between some of the other athletics and the other parking areas that are located there. And so that's probably one of the more optimum locations. We also looked at a number of different things, an old Kmart shopping center in Cleveland, Lakeport, some of the other retail centers as potential reuse opportunities. The challenges there, of course, is the synergies are much different. We don't have some of the other community elements nearby. And at the same time, some of the costs involved in really changing that use become cost prohibitive as you go through the feasibility of those types of developments. So when we look at recommendations moving forward, one of the things that we would focus on if the opportunity arises to move into phase 2 is to facilitate a more pointed strategic market analysis, putting surveys out, conducting social media outreach to really see what is the program that's interesting to this community. What are they looking to gain out of these types of facilities? We've had a lot of very positive public comment that have come from both the city presentations at Lakeport and also Clear Lake, noting that people travel many miles outside of the county to seek recreation, to seek aquatics, to have swim meets, other kinds of things. We think the need is there, but we want to sort of use some market analysis to refine further that program. The program as defined right now is really as a result of the task force members and their input. Narrowing down both the location and the funding opportunities. So really sort of getting away from things like perhaps the West Shore pool that maybe don't make as much sense, other sort of retail locations that maybe are not well positioned, really probably focusing on those areas where we think the most synergies exist, maybe the Westside Community Park, maybe the potential for the Quail Run Fitness Center as a reuse, and certainly Burns Valley for just the recreation center. And then try to focus on the funding opportunities. What funding exists, at least between the 3 entities that are partnered here and maybe other entities to really identify how might that move forward. And then embarking on phase 2, that would include a conceptual layout design of the facility, a more pointed capital cost estimate and operational analysis based on that, and then being able to finalize the report to align those 2 elements. So that is our presentation. I will offer that, like I mentioned before, both the cities, I think, were very positively accepted in terms of this study and this first phase of the report. Lakeport did actually take action to say they would support phase 2. The one comment that we did receive, and this was from the mayor of Lakeport, is that really it was an eye-opening experience looking at the costs. And so some of the discussion that emerged out of that was that maybe Lakeport might be interested more in the aquatics portion, and that the city of Clear Lake could cover the recreational portion, so that you would have each here in the Lake County community, but in different regions in terms of what they offer. And then finally, a comment came out about the potential of an indoor pool, which is something that we didn't explore, but may have some traction depending on what the interest is of utilizing the facility year-round. So that's it. Lars, I'll turn it back over to you if there's some things you'd like to share, and we're happy to answer some questions.
All right, thank you, Brian, Michael, Dennis. I appreciate the well-done presentation. The only comments I have at the end, just closing remarks, I guess. The aquatic center in Lakeport, I can just comment as a kid growing up in Lakeport, I can remember a pool down at Library Park, as well as the West Shore pool, the school pool, as I called it. I remember riding my bike with 75 cents in my pocket going down there to swim. So there is a need for that, at least an absence of that here. 2 other comments though here. The citizen input, I think it really should be noted that that's a huge piece that we have not yet done, and would still need to be done. There's no sense in moving forward without actually hearing through a public outreach campaign. And that would be a significant part of this last phase. And then the last part is some synergies here with this study, and then we're just right on the precipice of starting a countywide strategic plan for parks, or parks master plan. So there's some, I think, some efficiencies to be gained with combining these two, or at least referencing them through that park master plan. So I appreciate the presentation, and look forward to the board's input. And then just keep in mind there is an A and a B. The B would just be basically staff direction as far as moving forward here. So I'll close it out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the thorough presentation. Let's go ahead and open it up. Supervisor Scott.
Good morning. Thank you for the presentation. I've been fortunate to sit on the task force committee from the beginning. I've missed a couple of the last meetings, but I believe when we were first talking about doing this study that we were going to do phase 1 and then phase 2 go on more of a roadshow than what is being done right now, and see if we could get more partners in place to pay for phase 2. At a minimum, I would really like to see the school district, Lakeport Unified School District, get on board to help pay for phase 2. Is that something that we have discussed as a task force, or we were doing, or?
Yeah, that's Supervisor Scott. That was my recollection as well. The way we had arranged the just from a budgetary perspective and planning perspective for what our cost share would be, it was based upon an equal cost share between the county and the two cities. But certainly it was always envisioned that we would be seeking, requesting, and soliciting a financial participation from. Initially, it was from Lakeport School District, to be honest, because that was the initial focus. But seeing that we're looking at a couple of different locations, it seems reasonable to me to request that. And should that come forward, then the cost sharing would be reduced.
That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you very much. Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, I really appreciate this presentation. Personally, we have a swimming family, and not having access to pools year-round is really difficult. And there's a whole sector of kids that want to swim year-round, that want to swim competitively, and those needs just haven't been met. And as Lars mentioned, growing up in Lake County, we had more pool options when we were children. So I think there is a great opportunity to blend this with our master plan that we're working on. The cost was pretty startling, I'm not gonna lie. I think if there's an opportunity to have a facility in each city, it would benefit the entire county, maybe more. Neither of these facilities would fall in my district, but it's equal distance to drive to both. So, I would appreciate that opportunity to be able to go to both cities to use these facilities. So, I do have 2 channel cats swimming this summer. Their last day was yesterday. So when I look at the outdoor pools, I do have a concern about the seasonal use. Are these 3-season pools? Is there an ability that's not super cost prohibitive to have an indoor pool? Because, we have a huge seasonal swing. It's less so in the cities than where I live in the mountains where it snows. But that will impact the use. So I'm asking about that.
Would you happen to have an answer for that question? The feasibility of indoor to outdoor?
Mike, do you want to jump in and maybe talk about that?
Yeah, again, when I was with the city of Roseville, we built actually it's an indoor-outdoor pool in one of our citywide parks. The pool, I wish we had a picture we could grab and show you, but it's an 8-lane facility, has a deep end, and then a shallow area in the turning lanes, as well as a separate teaching pool. When I say it's indoor-outdoor, we built a structure called open air. So it has a retractable roof, so when the weather's good, the roof opens up to let sunshine in. When the weather is inclement, it closes up. There's a multi-purpose meeting room at the facility, typical lockers. Similar to what Brian was suggesting with all the pool scenarios, we have a water spray ground. There was a water spray ground that was built adjacent and a big sun deck. So it was built in a citywide park. I recall, so this is probably 10 years old at the time, so there's a big caveat there. When we built the pool 12 years ago, it was around $11 million, including the parking lot. So it is an indoor pool, and I think that was a suggestion that came up with the city of Lakeport, at least to consider that option. I might point out on a positive note, because I'm familiar obviously with the city of Roseville, that particular facility, because we spent a little bit more money for a extensive passive solar. It generally operates in a almost, I don't want to say 100%, but close to 90% to 100% cost recovery. So it's extremely well used year-round for lessons, for fitness, for public swim, for special events, and then swimming lessons are hugely popular there with lessons are filled year-round. So that's certainly an option. Brian and I have actually talked about that. And I think if we move forward, that would be a fifth alternative we want to look at it as a pool complex. And obviously there's really good data in terms of both cost and operating costs that we could benchmark.
Yeah, I mean, certainly an indoor pool is more expensive to build than an outdoor pool and pool deck. So what you compromise in terms of some of that capital cost, you're looking to take advantage of when it comes to use and then ultimately revenue and then cost recovery. We can certainly heat a pool. You can certainly look at operating a pool year round, but as Mike and I discussed following the Lakeport presentation is that, unless you're a diehard swimmer, Olympian maybe, or something of that nature, you're probably not going to be swimming, when it's 50 degrees outside, even if the pool is heated, it's really going to limit the use. And so I think it is something to explore in phase 2, and I think the market research would probably indicate, where that is, and then we can look at the pros and cons of capital cost versus capital cost recovery of something like that.
Yeah, I appreciate that because, making this investment it's important to me, and I think it's important to other people, and being able to utilize the pool for 4 seasons, that has to be a priority. So if there's an option where it can be an indoor-outdoor, or maybe one pool inside and one pool outside, if we're still looking at a 2-pool option, that could work as well.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, thank you for that question, because it's one of the things I wanted to ask as well. But in regards to activities for our children to do and families to do, this is a great idea. I'm glad we're working on it. Commonly, the only thing really for our kids in Lake County to do is play sports. So you got, football, you got baseball, you have those, and commonly you're in competition with each other, and I'll go back to my childhood. I know Lars brought up his. It's the similar thing. We used to play each other in baseball, and we were always competing, so this gives our kids a chance to kind of interact socially as well. I know when I would go to the Lakeport pool, I was able to talk to the kids from the Clear Lake, high school, and so we were able to kind of get along outside of sports. This gives everybody around the lake a chance to do the same thing, even in Clear Lake area as well. So I like that. It also will limit the traffic on Blue Lakes, because a lot of people go there to swim. So, just looking at the overall picture and the future potential for this, I think it's a great thing, and I support it.
So I have, thank you very much for the presentation. I have some conflicted thoughts on this. We have a few pools in the area, and they're nowhere near the level of design that you shared with us. I know that my children have enjoyed going to Middletown Pool quite often. It's not a oversized pool, but it fits the purpose and the need, in my opinion, for that community. I've been up in Cobb, where there's a couple different swimming pools to choose from. And again, not large and extensive. And I feel that we're very focused on one specific area. And my conflict comes that it's from an area that passed a $17 million bond, which part of that bond was meant for the pool. And here we are talking about how we're all going to work together to provide more money so we can get them a pool. And it's very directed towards the athletic portion, which is somewhat mixed with school. And I'm struggling with that situation because everything points to Lakeport. in this presentation. In the presentation you gave to us today, you did a very good job of making it Lake County-ish, but in the package on our agenda, it says Lakeport Feasibility Study on the left-hand corner. And the only other options outside of Lakeport is one that is pretty much dead on arrival for the city of Clear Lake, because you know they're not looking to put a swimming pool on that piece of land. They've already had it fully designed with a soccer field, baseball fields, Little League, and a rec center. And all other potential sites are only in the city of Lakeport. We're ignoring North Shore, we're ignoring Kelseyville, we're ignoring Lower Lake, and I think there's opportunities where we don't need to build a huge, large aquatic center, maybe replicating what's already in existence in Middletown and Cobb, because having access to a place to play, in my opinion, provides you the ability to learn to swim, but it doesn't have to be made for a competitive swimming opportunity. And if we focus all $22 million for one area, it's going to be limited who has access to it, and it's going to be made for more specific type of activity than providing the opportunity for so many others around our community if we split it up and make smaller little impacts in those communities. My conflict is the people of Lakeport are paying $60 a year on their property taxes for something that never actually came to be true, and now we're looking to add another $22 million to potentially make this happen. I want to see these things happen, but I feel the focus is based on something that was tried and failed. Can we try and look somewhere else and support other communities that have not gone through the process where we didn't get what we asked for? I'm conflicted by this being, and this was initiated from the Lakeport Unified School District and Lakeport, and then brought in the whole entire county, but it's still for Lakeport. And so I want to see these things happening around the community. There's already pools that exist here in Lakeport. You just mentioned one, and one that can possibly be fixed. But there's nothing in some of these other areas. And it kind of hurts me that we keep focusing on the same thing again and again from a county perspective. Lakeport should focus on Lakeport, absolutely, 100%. But if we're going to do this from a county perspective, if we're going to go into phase 2, can you please, in my opinion, start looking realistically as where we need to do these things and not just stay focused on Lakeport? Because I can't help but feel that we're not being very transparent. This is about creating an aquatic center 100% in Lakeport and not anywhere else. So that's my comments. We need these things, but we can't just, I don't know. Again, I'm very conflicted with the past history. I don't want that past history to deviate from the opportunities that our children should have, including in the city of Lakeport. But we also need to recognize that some things were approved and not followed through. And we keep forgetting about some of the other outlying areas and the unincorporated areas that also require some of those same things. I'd love to see what a smaller scope of a swimming pool looks like and what the cost would be to replicate some of the things we already have. And I'm sure that Supervisor Simon will tell me if I'm wrong, but I feel what happens in Middletown works for the needs of Middletown. I think it's a superb place that I've had the opportunity to enjoy with my family, and I would love to see those types of opportunities replicated elsewhere around the county, rather than one large facility that happens to end up in Lakeport again. Thank you.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. So first, I can offer up my district for a place to meet in the middle. That's perfectly fine with me. But, you know, what we have, our existing pool facilities are extremely aged. And I, you know, working closely with pools and pool maintenance and seeing, you know, how difficult it is to work with pools that are decades old, you know, we have to look to the future just to start with some new infrastructure for pools. And we have to build them so that they can work for competitions. We don't have a competitive pool in our county. The Channel Cats are using a historic pool this summer in Cobb that is not open to the public because it can't be. this year. So that is the only option for competitive swimming in our county this year. And we have a huge amount of children from all over the county that drive all that way just to swim for 2 months. So we have to have a facility for competitive swimming. And it has to be year round. And so the pools that we have, they don't support that right now. So I hear what you're saying, and we, you can swim for fun and have swim times during the week and on the weekends that are not for competitive lap swimming. Those will work in pools that are designed for competitive lap swimming and for exercise. But you can't go the other way. You can't do what the Channel Cats need to do at the Middletown pool. It's just not designed for it. So we have to look at multi-uses when we look at design.
Supervisor Scott?
Bruno, I'd have to definitely agree with you on the options of places for this pool. I don't think the West Shore pool that's in place right now should have even been talked about on this feasibility study, because the Lakeport Unified already looked at that and determined that it was not feasible to fix that pool. That's why they didn't go in and do that or to rebuild a pool on that property. So, that's completely out. That's not even a property we should be looking at. So I do agree, we need to be looking at different areas that's accessible to our community. If it's a bus stop or something there available so our community is able to access this facility.
Supervisor Simon?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation today, but, obviously, I have my passions, obviously, about what we do for our youth and our kids as we move forward with things. Whether we start with an aquatic center, like's been presented today around it, we definitely want to look at all around the county, because obviously the small pools have their place for us, in Middletown. Love the little pool. And I don't know if enough people know that you can also rent the pool and after hours have private, gatherings and other stuff, which is a great thing. You can go through public services to do that. I want to thank Lars. I know he's done that for our community where we rent it, get the insurance, but you get some private time at the pools too. So there's definitely a need there for it. But my vision's a little bit different. My background, obviously I do come from the sporting aspect. I think any complex we're going to build can have the swimming portion, but it needs to tie in more other opportunities. I think our AAU sports, which all of our kids participate in and travel everywhere. I would like to see any type of feasibility study that we're doing. I would look to bring that tourism here to Lake County, a destination spot for Northern California AAU participating sports. But we still have the challenge of then we need to build the hotel rooms that they can stay and keep them here over the weekend. So it's a long conversation, I think. But looking at this presentation, I do think that we should, I would support going forward with the second phase of it, but I agree with Supervisor Sabatier, Chair Sabatier, and Tina, that we look at the entire county as we're doing that. Always pushing, we have a large population on the south side of the county, so how do we really get this thing to work together? But for this subject today, I would definitely support moving forward because I want to hear from the community more. We know that there's interest in this, so those are my thoughts on it. We'll support moving forward with the second phase, but I think we really need to incorporate it and look at it at a different opportunity just from the swimming pool complex. That's a really neat portion, but tying in the rest of the youth opportunities are there. So those are my thoughts on it. And construction costs, I've built some large facilities in this county, up to $50 million or so. So construction costs and those types of things are, shocking when you see them, but finding that right spot, a lot of that stuff you're seeing is that was infrastructure that needs to be put in and other things. And then the long-term costs, operating facilities and being a business owner, if you don't put it in the right spot with a private business owner that has a business plan to do it, it's going to be subsidized from the county, the cities, and whoever else gets involved with it, and there's no doubt about that. So it needs to be the right partners that we're looking for in the right spots and the ability to drive that revenue So we're not subsidizing it all the time. And we all know how challenging it is now with our beautiful parks we have all the way around the lake and other opportunities, how challenging it is to keep those open from vandalism, from other reasons. And we can't even get employees to work our businesses after, the pandemic we're in now and the continuing costs. So got a lot of work to do, but I think it's a good start, but it needs to be focused more of a complete county-wide opportunity, so. And private business owner. That's really the only way I think it can survive in Lake County. That's it.
Thank you. Any further comments before I go back to Director Ewing? He's got his hands up. I think we said something he wants to respond to.
I'll lower my hand here so it doesn't look like I'm constantly have raised. But your point is well taken as far as the cities. This was initiated, to be honest, by Lakeport's school district, the city of Lakeport involved. The county was brought in because there's a recognition of county residents' participation, and then we expanded it out of recognition of that to include the city of Clear Lake, and it probably did focus on the cities because of the participation of the cities. So expanding into phase two, we weren't looking at every single property around the entirety of the county. That would be overly exhaustive, but certainly an expansion of that. But the West Shore pool, it was included in there not as a possibility. I think it's probably the best way to say it is simply to address the fact that was where a pool once existed, and move on, because that really did fit a need. That pool filled the void that is there now. It was not indicated that would be a future location. So I apologize if that indication was given, but that was not the intent. I think it's not a location that we would be evaluating. Brian, unless that's something that based on your presentation that you want to amend.
No, I think as much of finding the right location as eliminating the wrong locations, and so we recognize that is probably not one of the optimum locations, in addition to some of the others that we didn't even list.
Thank you very much for that. And without further comment, Supervisor Crandall.
And then just thinking about the tribal aspect, because there's 3 tribes in my district, and just knowing and discussing with them, I know that the Education Center from Upper Lake for their tribe and then Robinson, they both have like vehicles to transport kids to wherever they need to go. I know they right now, a lot of times in looking at their schedules, they go, pre-COVID, they would go to Coyote Valley, which is over in Mendocino County because they have a pool there. With this intact, I'm pretty sure they would go in county. And I just think that even if it was Clear Lake, it would help the Elam tribe because I know that there's some internal dynamics there. Both tribes could be able to travel there. That's just the overall picture in my head, knowing and speaking with the tribal communities. But for me, either way, I mean, yes, I would like it in my district, but at the same time, whatever's feasible for everybody. I think this is one of those things that we need for kids to have a competition spot, a place for people to go, things to do, and I'd rather have that than fight, or not fight, but just than advocating for it in my district. I just want to be able to have a spot for kids to go, so I'm open to anything.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and open it up to the public. We're going to start in the Zoom room because Jen Hanson has been waiting very patiently with her hand up, so let's start with Jen Hanson. And it looks like you're unmuted, but we're not hearing you. Oh, there you are.
Oops. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Sorry. My name is Jennifer Hanson. I'm the president of the Lake County Channel Cats, and I've been on the pool task force from the beginning with Tina, and it's been a long, exciting road. So I want to thank all of you for getting us this far. And I started to lower my hand after Jessica spoke because, well, she said just about everything I wanted to say, so thank you for that. But I do want to reiterate that we are a county-wide swim team. That's the reason we're called the Lake County Channel Cats. And I was just glancing at my membership while you guys were talking. We have 200 kids on the team right now that we're teaching lessons to between the ages of 2 and 18. And a lot of them are from the Clear Lake and the Middletown area. It's not just Lakeport and Kelseyville. We also have quite a few from Upper Lake. So we are a countywide swim team. We're competitive, and we do service everybody. However, we cannot be competitive in Lake County right now. Jessica is right there too. There is no competitive pool, and we falter now competitively, where before we were quite strong. I can still think of quite a few kids that are swimming in college right now because of the experience they had at West Shore, many of them with full ride swim scholarships, and I'm sad that those are no longer possible because we don't have a competitive pool. I think it would be a huge mistake to build a pool that was not competitive. You're going to lose tourism, you're going to lose competitive swim meets. There's going to be thousands of people that would come to Lake County for a competitive meet. Used to happen up at West Shore. I've been involved for 25 years, so I can go on and on about the history of competitive swim meets, but I think it's a big part of what we should be looking at. But more so than that is teaching the little ones to swim. Drowning is the #2 cause of death amongst children under 18, and it's the reason I'm still involved, even though my kids are out of the program. So we have an obligation to our kids in Lake County. We have to teach them how to swim. We just have to. And every kid that would die in that lake that I can see from my house and from the school would be our fault if we didn't offer them lessons. We have to do that. And one other point, Jessica mentioned that we need to have an indoor pool. I ran the high school swim team up until the point that West Shore closed, and we swam in an outdoor pool. It is done. Every single high school meet we went to was in an outdoor pool, with the exception of Fort Bragg. The kids weren't real happy there because it gets pretty steamy. You only have to heat the water. And we did it. We did it with propane. It is doable. I can't say no to an indoor pool. Don't get me wrong. That would be totally awesome. But if it's cost prohibitive, we can swim year round in an outdoor pool. We did it for 7 successful years.
And your 3 minutes are up.
I'm sorry, Brenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Julie Colfax.
Hello, Julie Colfax here, Lake County Mental Health Advisory Board and licensed MFT. And I just wanted to, I would feel remiss if I didn't, well, first of all, thank you very much, Board, for having the feasibility study done. I would feel remiss if I didn't point out the mental health benefits and substance abuse prevention benefits of having these kinds of community activities in place for our youth. I know, especially on the Clear Lake side of the lake, that finding things to do for our youth that deter them from substance abuse and from the aggravation of mental health disorders is very, very important as far as keeping our youth stable, giving them outlets for their free time, and keeping them involved in their community. And then, of course, that leads to adults who want to bring back to our community. And so I just wanted to say thank you all for your efforts in this. And I strongly encourage anything we can do toward promoting more community activities for our youth and our adults. Thank you.
Thank you. Next hand up is Brenna Sullivan. Looks like you unmuted yourself and then muted yourself. There you are.
Good morning, Supervisors. Brenna Sullivan. I'm just speaking as a private citizen today. I wanted to add on to Jen Hanson's comments. I was one of those Channel Cat swimmers that went on to swim in college. I grew up swimming in the West Shore pool. And I agree with everything she said, that a swimming pool in this community is an absolute need. We have a lot of youth that would benefit from a year-round swimming program, from swimming lessons in the summer. And I also agree with a comment that while an indoor pool would be wonderful, the basic requirements are just outdoor pool heated in the winter. It doesn't even have to be heated with that efficient of a system. Spring and summer swimming program would basically be all you would need. A year-round pool would be wonderful, but just getting a competitive pool in the county for the spring, summer, and fall months would be a huge asset in so many ways. So thank you for considering this project and fully support it.
Thank you for your comment. I see no further hands up in the Zoom room for this item. Let's go ahead and go to the boardroom. Please come to the microphone.
Joan Moss. I am a Red Cross. I worked in the summers throughout history here as a Red Cross lifeguard and Red Cross swim instructor. I taught swimming this summer on a volunteer basis. I worked at Canocti, I worked at Middletown. Anyway, I
Yes,
think
if you
we
could please
need
put
to
your
swim.
mask- If you could please put your mask on,
Sorry.
then recognize that you put it down.
Joan Moss. Yes, I think swimming is very important, a year-round swim program. Quail Run has an indoor pool and outdoor pool. I use both of them. I think I'm very much for a swimming program and swimming pool for everyone in the whole county. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see no further comments in the Zoom room or the boardroom, so let's go ahead and bring it back for any further conversation. Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, I just want to add, we've been talking so much about our youth and the importance for, pool availability for them, but, we have our seniors too that could really benefit from being able to do low-impact swimming and aquasize. I actually love aquasize. I do it a lot. I've done it my whole life. It's a really wonderful way to exercise, and being in the water is very therapeutic. So, this is a benefit that spans all of our ages in our county. So I wanted to bring that up too.
And I appreciate you bringing that up for the fact that I have thought about the indoor versus outdoor. And if it's outdoor, does that prohibit, in a sense, those that would utilize it for physical therapy or just for the sheer exercise of it? And definitely for seniors, it's a fabulous way to do exercise for the fact that it's so gentle, the type of exercise that you get. Supervisor Crandall?
Just to add on to that statement, physical therapy and whatnot, but also we're looking for partners, I think, in the group, right? Lake County Tribal Health is now opening in Clear Lake, or they're building in Clear Lake. And so I know that they're looking at feasibility for both cities or whatever the case may be, but just recognizing that aspect, the Lake County Tribal Health decided to, they have one in Lakeport, they've had every years, and now they're opening in Clear Lake, and so maybe they would help complement some of the costs. I'm just looking for different ideas. So, but I do think that it would help for that aspect as well. Thank you for bringing that up.
And I do believe that they were listed on the potential for partners
Okay.
on the list earlier. That
I just seen the tribes.
Yeah, no, I think there was all three major healthcare facilities and agencies were listed. I do have a question to the group. It's a question of, and I don't know if it's specifically related to the Phase 2 process, but there was some conversation in the package that we received for this item about JPAs. Is that going to be more thought out as far as Phase 2? What do we require to be able to not only create the programs in the facilities, but also make sure that it's sustainable, what's happening in the facilities, both financially and as far as a workforce? Is that part of Phase 2, or is that a future conversation about what does that look like?
I think that's a good question. We certainly identified the opportunities that exist when it comes to management structures, and I think part of that was as a result of both the county and the cities, asking the question, what exists and what options are there available? I think we can make recommendations of what we think is maybe an optimum way for the counties and or the cities to come together on something, but I think ultimately it's going to have to be, as I mentioned before, a decision that either you, Lake County, and or in concert with school districts in the other cities, try and identify, who is really apt and who's available to commit and come to the table on that. And then, we're certainly, with our knowledge and experience, can come together and sort of come up with a game plan about how maybe that might be arranged, provide examples of agreements, other kinds of things that would enable that to move forward. Hence the reason I mentioned earlier the idea of the championing of this. I think we will, as part of Phase 2, and I mentioned this to the team members who've led it from the various cities in the county, of really putting together a focus group that also includes the potential of, maybe one city council member for each of the cities, one or more supervisors that can come together and say, okay, here's what we have available, here's what we think is the best way to go, to give us some feedback, and then we can provide the criteria under which, you can move forward if a JPA, for example, is the way that you would want to proceed.
Okay. And so that'll be a further conversation once we recognize whether or not this is a feasible direction to keep moving forward. So I'll keep my comments on that to myself until further notice. All right, and I believe that Director Ewing, you were looking for direction to keep moving forward into phase 2. Is that correct? I know you said you had the funding, but looking for direction.
Yes, that's correct. Basically, the next steps, should the board be supportive of moving forward, it would be a cost-sharing agreement similar to what was established for phase 1, working with the two cities to establish that cost-sharing agreement, and with the caveat that we would be seeking out additional participation for that cost-sharing.
Okay. I'm going to pause the meeting for a second. Sam, is it possible to raise the volume a little bit? It's kind of difficult to hear the Zoom sound at this moment in time. Thank you. And so at this moment, I believe that there was consensus to make sure that we look throughout the county for the right place to move forward, rather than being very focused in one location or one or two locations. And I believe that we also have a consensus that we want to move forward into phase 2, which would move forward with the 31,000, I believe it was, that you were looking for our portion.
Yes, that's correct. And I would just maybe, and I see Anita's hand, so I will defer to her, but maybe an up to amount that, not to exceed the amount that we would participate in. But Anita and
are you asking for up to 31,000, or is that a different number?
Yes, sir. That's what I was recommending.
Okay. And Ms. Grant?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I would suggest that given the nature of the action, that your board take this action by motion rather than consensus. And also, I'm assuming from this then, the conversation about a maximum up to amount, that the Public Services Director isn't bringing the cost-sharing agreement back to your board?
Oh, absolutely, yes. That would be the next step.
All right, so it will come back to your board. All right, good.
Okay.
Thank you.
And as soon as I recognize that we were talking money, that yes, we probably should do a motion rather than just consensus that doesn't quite compute.
And even with a maximum, a cost-sharing agreement can have other implications and issues that your board is going to want to be able to see and review.
Okay, thank you very much. Supervisor Scott?
And with that, I would love to see this presentation be taken to Lakeport Unified School District to see if they will partner with us in this cost sharing for phase 2.
Okay. And so without any further pens up, looking for our action today.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve financial participation in phase 2 up to $31,000.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Scott and a second by Supervisor Pyska.
Okay.
Roll call, please.
Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody, for that presentation. It is 11:01. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and we will see each other again at 11:11. We are back if everyone is ready. So let's go ahead and continue on our agenda. And we are at 6.3, our 11 a.m. item, consideration of update on COVID-19. And today with us, we have Dr. Gary Pace.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the board. Appreciate the opportunity. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you fabulously.
Perfect. Okay, thanks. Thanks for the chance to talk today about COVID. I'm helping fill in while the county is continuing to look for the permanent health officer, and I'm just going to try to cover the highlights. Everything's changing pretty quickly, and I know a lot of the public wants to give their perspective at the end here, and I think we have people from Sutter and from Adventist to talk about the hospital situations as well. So Sarah's not available today, so I'll go over the data that she has prepared. And Sam, I don't know if you have those slides. If you could put those up, that would be helpful. If not, I'll just go ahead.
Matthew
I
has
think I
them.
gave it to Matthew so that he could share his screen.
Matthew, if you can share the screen, please.
So I don't have it.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Well,
I'm sure it could
Matthew,
take,
I
I'm
emailed
sure
it
if we
to
just
you
wait 30 seconds,
just
we
a
can
few
take
minutes
care of that.
ago. If you can just, Matthew, can you check your inbox from within the last hour?
Yes, I sent it to Matthew as well. Let's see if we can do something else then.
Let's see, I can do a share screen.
Hey, yes, it looks like I do have it. Sorry about that. Opening it now.
I think you need to share the Google Docs screen.
Apologize for the delay. We're trying to bring up that attachment. Should be up momentarily.
I can go ahead and start talking as well, and then we can come back to it when it comes available. Thanks for working on that. I mean, the situation is pretty much similar to how it was last week, only worsening. Oh, here we go. So thanks. If you could go to the second slide, that would be helpful. So again, the situation's kind of the similar as it was last week. This is the looking at vaccinations. So vaccinations is the solution here, and we continue to. The blue line is the Lake County vaccination rate. It's basically we're doing about 100 vaccinations per day over the last week. So each day we're doing about 100 vaccinations, and we still have 20,000 or so people in the county who are eligible but who are not vaccinated, and we're doing about 100 a day here. It's a little bit more than it was. So about a month ago, we were only doing 50 a day. So we've doubled it, but it's still very, very short of where we'd like to be. Next slide, please. So this is the slide continuing to show the numbers of people vaccinated. This big orange in the middle is the number of people that are fully vaccinated that are eligible, so a little over 50%. There's still 40%, this lighter color orange on the right, which is almost 40% that are not vaccinated at all. They're in the 12 and older range. Next slide, please. So these are the testing slides. So basically what it shows is this is in California is the blue, and the county is the top one, I believe. And but you can see that the testing rate continues to rise. So the question is are these positive test rates just because the test rate is declining and we're just seeing a skewing of the data? But the number of tests is rising, but the test positivity rate is also rising, which is concerning. So we're between 15 and 20% test positivity in the county, which means almost for sure we're going to continue to. This is the first thing that rises, is the test positivity. Then the next is the case rate, and then the next is the hospitalization. So there's a time lag with each of those. So because of this, we can anticipate cases continuing to rise in the coming weeks. Next slide, please. This is the confirmed cases. It seems like it's sort of flattened off over the last couple weeks, and so we'll see if that continues. That's actually somewhat reassuring. And the total confirmed cases, so go to the next slide, please. And this is the epi curve, which I think that previous slide has a little bit of a lag. So this is the curve that basically charts the whole course of the pandemic in Lake County. This is Lake County, and you can see at the far right, this last week is actually higher than before. So we're continuing to see a rise here. So it looks like by all indications, we're going to continue to see some rises over the next coming weeks. Next slide, please. This is the breakdown of the cases in July. 50% of the cases are in this kind of younger age range between 20 and 45. 60% are white non-Hispanic, 30% Hispanic, 5% Native American, and it's scattered through all of Lake County. And the main thing is it looks like it's community transmission is what we're seeing. It's a little hard to tell at this point because it's just so widespread. Next slide. So this is the hospitalization data. Again, continuing to rise. On the left is the hospitalized patients in Lake County, continuing to rise, and the ICU patients. And again, we're going to have, I think we're going to have a more direct discussion about this with Dr. Bloom and with Mr. Knight, the CEO of Sutter. So, and I think that's the last slide, right? Yeah. Okay. So basically, you know, the numbers are continuing to rise. We're starting to get very concerned about the hospital situation, and we're going to hear more about that in a little bit. When you're looking at Britain and India, where they're a couple months in front of us with the spread of the Delta variant, they had some huge problems, and then the numbers dropped after several weeks of being high. We're not really exactly sure why that is at this point. We're thinking it may be because it's moved through the population, so possibly that's going to be happening here, but we're trying to at least understand better what's going on and see if there's things we can do to help prevent the hospitals from getting overwhelmed. And certainly the data is very clear now in Lake County. The hospitals are full. We have some of the highest case rates in the state. We're one of 3 counties that are at this very high case rate. The vaccinated people tend to not be getting hospitalized unless they have underlying problems. So I think the overriding message here is vaccination, and we'll get to masking as well. The hospitals are full. It's hard to transport people out of the county. The regions are getting filled as well. Sonoma County now has 70 COVID patients in the hospital and 17 in the ICUs. So again, very concerning. The vaccines are the most important intervention that we have at this point. It continues to be very protective against serious disease and death. We are seeing more vaccinated people getting infected and spreading it amongst other vaccinated people. So it seems like where initially we thought the vaccinated people would not get infected, they can get infected, much less than the unvaccinated, but they just still seem to be protected against hospitalization and death. The current data is sort of estimating that people are 8 times less likely to get infected if they're vaccinated. So unvaccinated people are 8 times more likely to get infected with the same amount of contact. They're 25 times less likely to get hospitalized and 25 times less likely to die vaccinated versus unvaccinated. That's the most recent data that's coming out in California, and it's pretty much the same nationally. The unvaccinated people can have no symptoms or they can get really sick. So it's a whole spectrum. But the vast majority of the people in the hospital are unvaccinated, and children seem to be getting sicker, more likely to get infected and getting sicker than before. So whereas before we were thinking the kids were pretty protected with this new variant because it's so contagious, it seems to be less so in the kids. And we're not getting a whole lot of uptake at the vaccine sites around the county. And right now, like I said, we're getting about 100 per day over the last week. And so, you know, that's 700 in a week, and we still have 20,000 or so eligible people that are not vaccinated. So in the fall and winter, probably is going to be bad. This wave will probably subside at some point in the coming weeks. But, you know, very likely it's going to get bad in the fall and the winter again. So getting the protection now will be able to protect you from there in the future. I think the masks are clearly helpful. And now we're understanding that even if you're vaccinated, you can get it and spread it. Wearing the mask is important. So universal masking is considered the prudent thing to do at this point to slow down the transmission around the community. And some people will say, well, why should I get vaccinated then if I have to wear a mask, even if I've gotten vaccinated? And really, it's to save you from being hospitalized or from, you know, the possibility of death. And this is considered, we really pretty much consider this preventable for most people, that if you get vaccinated, you very rarely are going to end up in the hospital or dying. So the question comes around to what can we do here? What's being done? in other areas and or nationally to try to slow the spread, to try to decrease the hospitalizations and deaths. So there's new mandates that are coming out. The state is now mandating that vaccines for all healthcare workers effective at the end of September. And there are some religious and medical exemptions, but the healthcare workers are going to be required to be vaccinated now by the end of September. And this is pretty common sense for the folks to be around the sick people, to be around the vulnerable people, to have to be vaccinated. It just seems to be a smart thing. Law enforcement and first responders are in Sonoma County now. They're going to start mandating that fire and law enforcement and EMS show proof of vaccination or get weekly testing. So that's kind of a new thing, but some of the other counties are taking this as well, since there's so much contact with the public. All county employees, some like Sonoma County is going to consider having all county employees show proof of vaccination or get tested weekly, and they're taking that up, I think, next week at their Board of Supervisors meeting. Masking currently in Lake, the Board of Supervisors came out recommending masking in all indoor settings. Most of the Bay Area counties have made it mandatory for businesses with indoor spaces to require masking and leaving it up to the businesses to enforce that. There are some vaccine mandates that are coming about now. So the healthcare facilities, as I mentioned earlier, are going to be mandated to have employees vaccinated by the end of September. They are also starting to mandate proof of vaccination for visitors to healthcare facilities or volunteers that are working there. So they have to either show proof of vaccination or a negative test within the last 72 hours. Many indoor businesses are also requiring proof of vaccination, and some are beginning to require employees to get vaccinated. So especially some of the big employers like Google and things. So, I think part of what this is these are all different ways that some of the areas are trying to get ahead of this and trying to slow the spread and prevent the spread of the COVID and the hospitalizations that are going to result. So we probably ought to talk a little bit about schools. The school year is starting soon, and there's not been a whole lot of uptake in the 12 to 17-year-old range. As far as we know, the information that we were using previously before Delta was that kids tended not to get that sick, and if they did get sick, they tended not to get real sick, and they didn't spread it much. So a lot of the kind of guidelines that were set up were for pre-Delta. So I think there's an increased contagion factor now, and the state is requiring masking within the schools. But I think it's going to get complicated this fall with Delta now, and in ways that we're just now starting to get our heads wrapped around. I think testing and contact tracing, people should continue to test if they're symptomatic or in close contact with a case, and then isolate and quarantine. It's the same basic things as before. It's just this is much more contagious, so even more important to be meticulous about it. And if you get some symptoms, don't just attribute it to a summer cold. Go get tested, and if you're positive, you have to stay out of work and out of school and away from other people. Because the really important thing is the isolation. And because of the high number of cases now, and the state has taken away the contact tracing resources, we're having a lot of trouble through the health department keeping up with the contact tracing. But I think it's people kind of probably know the routine now, and basically should get tested and isolate if you're positive or if you're at high risk. So that's basically what I wanted to cover today. I mean, the virus is changing, the guidance is evolving, it's changing a lot, and we're probably not going to be reaching herd immunity anytime in the near future. So I think that's not the way to think about it anymore. I think it's more like, how are we going to try to keep society open and moving with trying to minimize the impact, and trying to have the hospitals be functional so that people can still get the care they need and not be overwhelming the healthcare system. The vaccine is the key, and masking. These are the two big tools we have, and the more we can get people to get involved with that, the better we're going to see. We're not seeing, for the most part, we're seeing very few problems with the with the vaccine, and the testing continues to be valid and useful. And this is the way we're going to be able to manage this moving forward in the coming months, because this is probably going to be a part of our life now for the foreseeable future. So I just encourage people to take it seriously and get vaccinated if you're not already. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I see that we have Dr. Bloom with us, and I do not see Mr. Knight. I know that it was a possibility that he would be here. It doesn't look like he was able to make it. So let's go ahead and open it up for Dr. Bloom to speak to us about his experience over at Adventist Health and how things are going over at the hospital.
Hi, good morning, Board of Supervisors, Chairman, Dr. Pace. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak today. I wanted to be brief, but update everyone on the goings on in the hospital. So just as a quick introduction, my name is Evan Bloom. I am an emergency physician at Adventist Clear Lake. I've been here for over 8 years, and I'm also the Chief Medical Officer for Adventist Clear Lake Hospital. So to follow up on what Dr. Pace was saying, this morning I came to the hospital, I looked at our board, and we have 7 COVID positive patients in the hospital. That doesn't seem like a lot. Numbers wise, only 7 people, but we're only one of 2 critical access hospitals in the county. That means that there are less than 25 beds per hospital by definition, a critical access hospital, only 50 beds in the county. So normally we're actually running pretty close to capacity. And then when you can think about it and say, well, there's 7 patients, that's almost 33% of the beds in our hospital taken by a singular diagnosis. That's unheard of. That doesn't happen, but it has been happening with COVID. And it's really intolerable because it puts an enormous pressure on the staff, the hospital, and frankly on our patients. And what do I mean by that? Well, the impact of this is that while we are absolutely still able to care for people at this point, we're abutting a moment in time when it's starting to become difficult to do so. So what does that mean for you? Well, if you come to the emergency room because you need help and you have an emergency, that means that the emergency department may be full and there may not be beds. And so you'll be sitting in the waiting room for a period of time. But that period of time may be extended because when you're in the emergency room and you need to be admitted, well, if 1/3 of the hospital is taken up by those with COVID, then there aren't beds available to admit those patients. And therefore, everything comes to a standstill. And for those patients who unfortunately have significant emergencies and require specialty services that our hospital is unable to provide, we need to transfer those patients out to other hospitals that have higher level of care or specialty services. And the reality of the situation is that we are not alone in this surge, obviously. We hear about it on the news every day. And beds in Northern California are extraordinarily tight because of the numbers of COVID positive patients in the hospital. And therefore, if you need transferred to a hospital to take care of a heart attack or to have a surgery, well, you may be sitting in the emergency department for an extended period of time because there is no place for you to go because there are no beds available. Again, I don't want to be doom and gloom, but I want to communicate to you transparently where we are. And while we still are able to care for patients at Adventist Clear Lake, it is a very significant concern that we are abutting this point in the pandemic, which can be very significant and very serious. So now that I've laid the groundwork for this, I want to reiterate what Dr. Pace was saying about the way forward, that vaccination is the best strategy. Vaccination is clearly the best strategy, but it is not an immediate fix. It takes time to get 2 shots. It takes time to build immunity. And therefore, to bridge to that point, That's why we're talking about masking again, because masking is a way to immediately reduce transmission and reduce caseload, as you've been seeing with the positivity rates, the testing positivity rates increasing. That is a precursor to positive cases, which is a precursor to hospitalizations, which then leads to where I was just talking about. So I'm asking for your partnership. We have to do this together as a county. We have to work together so that we can continue to care for each other, and so that we as a hospital system can continue to care for you if you happen to be unfortunate enough to become ill, not just from COVID, but from anything. So I have to just say, as an ER physician working in the ER, which I still do on a regular basis, I want to just impress upon you that I have seen anecdotally myself very, very few, I think perhaps maybe one breakthrough case or case after vaccination. The people who I have cared for, and there have been numerous people that I have cared for with COVID, with mild COVID, moderate COVID, and very, very sick COVID patients, have virtually all been unvaccinated. Vaccination is key. And if you've been vaccinated, I probably haven't met you in the emergency department because you're not sick enough to be there. You may get ill, but you're likely not sick enough to have needed the emergency department and to have needed my services. If you are unvaccinated and you become vaccinated and you mask in the interim, I am unlikely to meet you in the emergency department. I'd be happy to meet you on the street, but I would be unlikely to meet you in the emergency department, which is not a place where we should meet. So once again, I will stop. I do not want to be long-winded, but I want to ask you for your partnership and your help from the hospital standpoint. We are here for you. Adventist Health wants to be able to care for you, but we need your help and partnership to allow us to care for the county, to care for those who are ill, and to not overwhelm our services. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bloom. I don't want to speak for Sutter, but I know that we were provided yesterday some information that Sutter is experiencing some very similar situations with the number of beds that are being filled just by COVID-19. In fact, I believe the number of beds, the percentage was a little bit higher than Adventist Health. I don't want to provide the specific statistics just because I'd prefer it comes directly from Sutter, but wanted to at least elaborate on that, since it seems that we do not have Mr. Knight with us today, that they are experiencing the same situations, just as we are hearing that other hospitals outside of the county are experiencing those same situations, hence the lack of beds that we're able to transfer patients to. And Dr. Bloom, looks like you have something else to add.
I just wanted to also, and thank you very much, Chairman Sabatier, I just wanted to make sure to make clear that if you need help, come to the hospital. We are here to care for you. We're here to help you. I am not saying do not come. I want to be clear. If you need help, if you have an emergency, come to the hospital. But I'm just asking for your partnership in trying to handle this, the outcomes of this pandemic, and to try to keep it from getting worse. To mask and to vaccinate. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments? Supervisor Pyska.
Dr. Bloom, I really appreciate you coming on today and taking the time out of your day. And I appreciate your candor and illustrating what the experience is at Adventist. I know it's been a rough couple of weeks for all of you. Can you speak to how your staff is handling this excess work?
Thank you for the question. I am amazed. I am amazed by the staff in Adventist Clear Lake. The physicians, the nurses, the techs, the medical assistants, those who work in the cafeteria even. I truly am amazed because this has not been a week. This has not been a month. This has been, as we all know, quite a long time, more than a year. And people are still coming back. People are coming to work every day, knowing what they're going to have to face, and they come in and they face it because we care about our county and we care about our people, quite honestly. They are still coming to work. And now, of course, as a way to try to stem this pandemic, as we heard about earlier, vaccination rates are just not enough, and therefore vaccination is now mandatory for healthcare workers. And so this is just another way to try to stem the tide of the pandemic and its effects. And so these are another thing that our healthcare workers will be having to do to try to help the population of the county. All I'm going to say is that it's very difficult day in and day out for staff to deal with this. Resources are thin. And I would ask you if you know anybody who does work at the hospital or who works in healthcare to let them know that you appreciate them because hearing that is always helpful, especially when day in and day out it feels like a grind. So that's all. Thank you.
We truly appreciate the dedication of all the healthcare workers in our county, and the fact that they keep showing up every day is a testament to that dedication. I have a question for Dr. Pace. Just maybe you could clarify, we hear a lot that people have already had COVID or thought that they have had COVID. Can you speak to what the advice is? Should they get vaccinated? Should they go through with that if they've already had it or thought they've had it?
Yeah, thanks, Supervisor Paiska. That's a great question. It's, the evidence seems pretty clear that the immunity from the vaccine is stronger and broader than the immunity from getting the infection. So people that got the infection earlier are getting reinfected with the Delta variant. So I think as these variants go, they will figure out ways to elude the immune system. And by using the vaccine, we seem to have better protection. There's fewer people that are getting reinfected after the vaccine than after previous infections. And this thing's going to continue to keep mutating. So we're going to have further variants down the road. So there's really, the recommendation is very clear. Go ahead and get the vaccine. It's not going to hurt you if you've had the infection before, and the protection is better and probably longer and probably broader than just from the infection itself.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pace and Dr. Bloom for your reports. I just had a question actually for Dr. Pace, or either or. One of them first is there a requirement now for service members in the military to get their vaccinations? I don't know if you...
The way I understand that is that they are planning on making that a requirement once the FDA comes through with full approval. So they're basically signaling now that they are going to require the vaccine for active service military. It's just a matter of timing and kind of getting things lined up properly, I think.
Okay, thank you for that. And the other question, and it might have been mentioned, was if someone contracted COVID, let's say last August or whatever the case may be, is there a lot of people that are repeating COVID patients, so they've had it before, never been vaccinated, and then caught it again?
Right, I think that's what Supervisor Paiska's question. Are you seeing that, Dr. Bloom, in the hospital?
I have seen that. I have seen a few cases of that. It's not like that as a particularly common phenomenon, but I have seen it more than once, which speaks to to post-COVID immunity. While it certainly occurs, is more rapidly waning, so it goes away quicker, and it's not as strong as is the response that has been seen from vaccines, which has also been proven by evidence-based studies and population studies.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Any further comments? And actually, I'm going to pause and open it up for Director Pomeroy.
Hi, thank you, Chair Sabatier. I just wanted to also remind the public that we have plenty, hold on, I'm trying to turn on my camera. That we have plenty of slots open left. The OptumServe site down in Lower Lake, we are in the process of expanding their hours from 8 hours a day back to 12 hours a day, which is what we had during the surge in the wintertime. They are doing testing on Monday and Thursday and vaccination on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. No appointment necessary. You can go to myturn.com on our public health website and get an appointment, so you don't have to wait, but they still have capacity and we're expanding their hours. We also have capacity at the health department. We are doing vaccines on Monday and Thursday, opposite days of OptumServe. From 8:30 to noon, and then we are doing testing on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, 8:30 to noon. We're only seeing about 40 to 50% of our appointments being filled up, so we have lots of appointments available. Please call the health department or email the Mohawk line to get an appointment. As those appointments fill up, we will expand our hours. So I just wanted to put that out there. Also, all of the clinics, the 2 hospitals, the systems, Adventist, et cetera, you know, they have, through their providers, you can get tested or vaccinated. And a lot of the pharmacies throughout Lake County also have the vaccine. So we just want to let you know, let the public know that you can get vaccinated and you can get tested in Lake County. Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing that up. And in fact, I was hoping to discuss a little bit about some of our efforts with our vaccine clinics. And it seems that right now we have a very come find us approach, and hoping that it's possible to work maybe with the city of Lakeport or the city of Clear Lake, where every weekend they have weekend concerts, that maybe we can have a vaccine booth available where that we can be where the people go. Rather than expect them to always find us and come to us, which may work for some, but may not work for others. So hoping that we can find ways to do that, maybe working with Adventist Health, who does have a mobile clinic, or working with Sutter, who might be able to provide the same service, so that we can try to be in as many areas as we can, especially when people congregate together in large crowds, so that we can make sure that we have that available. And I said large crowds, and I know some people get very nervous about that, but the concerts that I've been to, the parks are huge, and it's easy to social distance and be safe. And I appreciate the fact that we're still able to make those kind of events occur in a safe environment, because I think it's important for people to be able to be with the community and not just be isolated on their own, which unfortunately was part of our process in last March for a while. It's important that we have the ability to socialize together and feel like we're a part of something bigger than just ourselves. So I think that there are some other options, and I'd love to speak on that a little further, maybe privately with public health, and see what's possible, and see where it is that I might be able to assist in making those things happen as well.
Yeah, we completely understand that, Chair Sabatier. We are working with the state on trying to get a strike team, a mobile team here, that we can have all around the lake every day. We're in that process. We've put in the request. We have not received our answer yet, but we're hoping to receive that in the next day or two.
Okay.
So definitely we can have an offline conversation for sure.
Okay. And Supervisor Simon. Your microphone.
Denise, thank you. Yeah, welcome Denise, Dr. Pace, Dr. Bloom. I appreciate the report today, but I do want to talk about what Chair Sabatier just said. You know, we have one of the largest events we have in Lake County coming up. We have the Lake County Fair, and really want to encourage us to do everything that we can, whether it's the public health department or any of the other providers that are giving vaccinations in the county, that we take that opportunity to really to have a presence there and to give an opportunity to folks to going to the fair. You know, I don't know exactly what that looks like, but we know that's going to be a large event. We know everybody's wanting to be there this year, and if we could use that large gathering as an opportunity for vaccinations or other opportunities in our community, hopefully we can focus on that going forward. But I do agree with getting it out to our businesses, our business owners, and other things to partner with whoever can bring a vaccination to the area or their job. You know, just encouraging folks, if they want to get it, having that opportunity to get it. And once again, this is a personal choice. You check with your health provider and get the answers to the questions if you're on the fence. But having that opportunity out there for the folks is bringing it to them, I think is really going to help us move forward. But I did just want to piggyback, obviously, on that we have the Lake County Fair coming up, and we could do anything to encourage to have some vaccination opportunities at that large event that everybody's going to, you know, that we work on that between now and then. The other thing is too, when this first started last year, we had some real challenges with the amount of time that the testing was coming back. Can I get an update on the amount of time now that it takes to get the results back once you have a test, if that's improved, or just get an update?
Denise, do you know? Because I mean, my experience is where I'm working most of the time now is it's 24 to 48 hours. It's a very quick turnaround in my experience at this point. And I think the OptumServe folks, if you get it on one day, usually within 48 hours, it's back. That's been my experience.
And that's correct, Dr. Pace. We're seeing 24 to 72 hours, with 48 hours being the average.
Excellent. Yeah, I just wanted that, you know, I know we had some real challenges with that in the beginning, but getting those tests back obviously definitely helps folks. You talked about it earlier. If you think you've been exposed and other things, act on the cautious side for isolation until you know what's going on. Like one other update for, you know, our community, our constituents. Has there been any advance? I think there is, not promoting anything, but I know there are some self-home tests too that are out there. I've seen CVS has a test, and just want to make sure there's opportunities there. If folks don't want to go and get those, that we at least continue that information out to the public. So, you know, I don't know, are there any updates on the self-home tests?
I have not even heard of that, Supervisor Simon. So they do have the Binox Now tests that are out there that you can purchase at pharmacies and, you know, your local stores. Dr. Bloom, I guess you've heard of it. Really quick, before I turn that over, Supervisor Simon, we are already planning on being at the fair. We've already got our application and stuff in for our booths for vaccination. We're also partnering with Tribal Health to be in Kelseyville later this month, early September, I believe. So we are working with our local partners to gather resources together, because the health department can't do it all by ourselves. We don't have enough staff or capacity, but our partners are working with us. So we are looking to do those types of events.
Thank you. Thank you for that information.
You're welcome.
And Dr. Bloom, you had a comment on the home test?
It just to echo what Director Pomeroy said, they are generally, as far as I know, they are generally antigen-based testing, and that would be different than the PCR test that you get at the hospital or that you get through some of the other testing areas, which are PCR-based testing. So it's a different way that the test is performed. So that's what the Binax Now kit is an antigen-based test, and it's just slightly less sensitive than the other testing performed at the testing centers, but that should be available at the pharmacies. Regarding pricing, I'm not sure. I think it's variable.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Scott?
Well, I'm really thankful that we're moving forward and making sure that we have a presence at the fair, but I think we need to do more than that. I think we need to be giving some sort of incentive, because I would have to say almost everybody from Lake County will attend that fair at one point. We need to have some sort of incentive in place there at the fair, maybe working with the Fair Foundation and see if we can't give free passes into the fair or something. We have this opportunity that weekend to hit almost everybody in Lake County, and I think we need to be thinking outside the box and moving forward with something to incentivize getting the vaccination.
Thank you for that comment. Yes, Supervisor Pyska.
I absolutely agree with that, and we have, I think, just enough time to pull that off if we start now. I also wanted to talk about incentives and bringing it to the people. We have an opportunity to do that for our staff and make sure that we are making it as easy as possible for our staff to get vaccinated. And if that means people come in, a couple times a week or whatever, we're communicating with our staff to meet their needs, to meet them where they are. And it's probably time for us to also start talking about incentivizing our staff to get vaccinated, those who have already been vaccinated and those who will be vaccinated. So I think we need to start those conversations as well.
And I would suggest, based on our agenda item today, that that's something that we bring back rather than hash out a little further today, just to make sure that we stay within compliance of what's on our agenda today. But please, love to have that conversation. I think the rest of the board would love to have that conversation too. I mean no offense with what I'm going to say, but I think we need to move with a sense of urgency. I appreciate that there's work being done and that in September something is being planned with tribal health, and I do not want to stop those gears. But let's see how we can work together more efficiently to get things happening now. And I know that there are things happening, but I think we're lacking on more proactive measures than waiting for people to again come to us or waiting for things from the state. I think that waiting at a time like this is probably not going to get us the best outcome. So again, I think offline I will have those conversations, but I think we need to move with a greater sense of urgency. And I appreciate the hard work that public health has done, similar to the work that our hospital staff are going through. It's tireless, it's endless, and when you think you're done, here it comes again. So I empathize with those situations, but in order for the health of the public to be at its best at this moment in time, I think we need to move very quickly and hastily, but methodically all at the same time. So we'll have those conversations offline so we can figure out how we can make things happen. Supervisor Simon.
One final comment. I know that when we started this, we went through obviously a very tough time as we got going. And just one comment I want to make that, we are all in this together, whether it's the business community, individual cities and other things like that. I know that there was a blue collar committee that was set up, when we were talking about those, Supervisor Crandall was on, Supervisor Brown. But I think too, messaging out to our communities is our business owners, our area merchants associations and other things like that. We all need to come together. We're all in this together, and businesses need to realize, that there are opportunities out there to partner with other folks that can give vaccination, not just the public health. Other agencies are doing that. That you look at all opportunities to put this in front of employees and give them an opportunity and hopefully help encourage that. So Supervisor Sabatier, I agree, being proactive, but it also, as business owners, we all need to look at the safety of our employees and everything. We do that here at the county. We're having those, Supervisor Pyska brought that up here with those conversations. But from our business communities, we need to do the same. The ultimate goal is to keep businesses open, to keep us thriving and rebuild our economy. And now it's time for some of our business owners to step up and bring those opportunities right to the doors of their employees. So I do want to say that as we're all in this together, as we've always said. And the number one goal I know of this board and myself are keeping our businesses open, and the vaccinations are an opportunity to do that. So looking at that and, a partnership with our business communities too.
Absolutely. There is one other topic that I did not touch on yet, and I know I met with Supervisor Pyska yesterday and Dr. Bloom, and this was part of our conversation. I would like to work as a group, Supervisor Pyska and myself with administrative staff and public health on messaging. I think we need to have a more robust messaging program. I think we need to ensure that we utilize all potential platforms and that we make sure that we're reaching out to the largest number of people of all. So that is something that I feel that we do have messaging, but it's sporadic, it's not consistent, and it's definitely not touching as many people. I think we could do better. So again, something that I will bring in conversations, but wanted to make sure the board was aware that is something that I feel we need to move forward with and enhance. If there's no further comments, then let's go ahead and open it up to the public. And first up in the Zoom room is Mayor Dirk Slutin from the city of Clear Lake.
Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you just fine.
Great. Conservative radio host Dick Farrell and vaccine critics dies of COVID-19 complications a couple of days ago. His friends and family said that Farrell urged others to get vaccinated on his deathbed. At the last city council meeting, I made a passionate plea for all city employees to get vaccinated for the COVID-19 virus. Both my wife Karen and I got vaccinated in February, but early last month, Karen was diagnosed with COVID again and showed all the symptoms of the virus: coughing, short of breath, headaches, and no energy. Karen has a compromised immune system. When she contacted her doctors, she was told that if she had not been vaccinated, she most likely wouldn't have survived the COVID-19 virus. Last week, an unvaccinated cousin of her died from COVID complications. I urge everyone to get vaccinated for both your protection and the protection of your loved ones. I personally sent a memo to all city employees, and if they haven't been vaccinated, please get vaccinated, and I'll personally pay them $100 for everyone that get vaccinated by September 15th. And I urge now the county to put an incentive bonus of $100 for all county employees that are not vaccinated to be vaccinated again by September 15th. I hope that these incentives will get more people to get the vaccine, because that, at the end, in my opinion, is the ultimate solution. We can't just fool around with partial and not complete programs to put the tide to this virus. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next comment is from Julia. We could barely hear you. Not sure if you can get closer to the microphone or...
How about now?
Perfect.
Okay, great. Okay, my name is Julia Bono, and I have a background in scientific research and nutritional healing. I'm here today to communicate to the board some scientific facts about the prevention and treatment of respiratory viral diseases like COVID-19 by natural methods as potential effective alternatives to riskier, unnatural interventions like vaccination that remains in the experimental stage and has already demonstrated many adverse reactions in breakthrough cases. I firmly believe that under no circumstances should such vaccines ever be mandated when such safe and effective, inexpensive natural alternatives exist. First of all, numerous studies and my own observation have shown that the preventative nature of readily available supplements like vitamin C, vitamin D, and zinc, especially in combination. Another natural treatment uses pineapple, which contains high concentrations of bromelain and vitamin C that have been shown to result in both a faster decrease in mucus and a speedier recovery time in respiratory infections. Bromelain is an enzyme with powerful anti-inflammatory properties that helps reduce swelling in the throat, nasal passage, and airways that often accompanies respiratory conditions. Pineapple also improves digestion and lets the body more easily absorb nutrients it needs to fight off an invading respiratory virus and recover more quickly. In fact, one study showed using pineapple extract helped people recover from their respiratory conditions 4.8 times faster. The The relatively natural and non-toxic antiviral colloidal silver has also been demonstrated effective in both preventing and treating coronaviruses. A simple and inexpensive treatment protocol for coronaviruses that cause the common cold is to spray the nose and throat with colloidal silver. For lower respiratory infections, a patient can inhale a fine mist of nanocolloidal silver using an inhaler. While prevention might be seen by ingesting lower colloidal silver dosages of 10 and 30 parts per million, stronger colloidal silver concentrations in the 500 parts per million range may be required to treat more serious cases. I also want to highlight the key role of body pH levels in coronavirus infectivity. Extensive research has shown that coronavirus infectivity is notably sensitive to pH, and this phenomenon will probably also apply to the SARS-CoV-2 virus implicating COVID-19. For example, studies show the MHV-A59 strain of coronavirus is quite stable at an acidic pH of 6.0, but becomes rapidly and irreversibly inactivated by brief treatment at an alkaline pH of 8.0, while human coronavirus strain 229E is maximally ineffective at pH 6.0. Maximally infective at pH 6.0. Infection of cells by coronavirus 859 at an acidic pH of 6.0 is 10 times greater than that at a neutral pH of 7.0. Research also suggests that the coronavirus IBV employs a direct low pH dependent virus cell fusion activation reaction. Fusion of the coronavirus IBV with host cells does not occur at neutral pH, and that fusion activation at low pH dependent processes with a half max flow rate of fusion at pH 5.5. Little or no fusion occurred above a pH of 6.0. The viruses that cause bronchitis and colds thrive in an acidic
Your 3
body
minutes
environment.
are up.
Keeping pH.
If you could please finish.
Okay, sorry, summarize. Okay, alkalizing pH change can quickly be effected in humans by following a raw plant-based diet where only uncooked plant-derived foods are consumed, as well as by using inexpensive alkalizing agents like sodium bicarbonate administered orally or
Is that your last
Another
comment?
study showed that following acidifying low carbohydrate, high protein diets were 5.5 times more likely than those following alkalizing plant-based diets to suffer moderate to
Your 3 minutes
severe
are up. Can you
COVID-19
please give me your final comment? And that's it.
COVID-19 symptoms. Well, the researchers concluded that a plant-based dietary pattern may therefore be considered for protection against moderate to severe COVID-19.
Thank you for your comment. Next, Ahava Rose. And I mean this in absolute kindness. If you slow down, it makes it easier to understand what you're saying. Whether I agree or not does not matter, but if you want people to actually hear what you say, slowing down actually helps.
Good morning, and wow, good afternoon. I sat here for the last 3 hours watching nothing but dollar signs roll behind all your eyes, so I know you're not going to agree with anything I say. So how about this? According to VAERS, over 12,000 have now occurred with weeks to catch up on their data. There's plenty of unreported data and cover-ups from other systems, while the Harvard studies that I mentioned over and over have claimed that the VAERS system catches less than 1%, maybe 1 in 40 events. And you're here allowing this to be made available to children. Not just that, but you're here on camera conspiring to coerce and incentivize people to get this vaccine. And may I remind you again of the federal law prohibiting and stating that COVID-19 vaccinations are not only a choice, but there's a federal law prohibiting any persons from being coerced to take the experimental vaccine. Now, I'll also remind you, or maybe inform you, that Webster changed its dictionary of vaccinations this year to include DNA therapy, gene therapy. Yes, that's what happened in the last 2 years. Not only that, but 80% of those put on ventilators died. People put on remdesivir. I'm gonna organize myself for a second, actually, because I want to talk about how we're going to keep moving and minimize impact and reduce hospital occupancy. I'm going to spell it out. IVERMECTIN. Yes, ivermectin costs pennies on the dollar. But why won't any of these doctors talk about it? Because they're funded by Big Pharma and they want to get paid for these vaccinations that aren't vaccines. Budesonide, BUDENOSIDE, hydroxychloroquine. These are all very safe and very effective treatments that have gotten people with pneumonia out of the hospital in 3 days. In 3 days, when the doctors projected them to be in the hospital for 7 to 10 days. How about high-dose intravenous vitamin C? But you know what rates aren't enough? Because you say these injections, the rates aren't high enough. The amount of money that you're paid to promote these treatments. They're safe, they are effective, and americasfrontlinedoctors.org gives plenty of information providing their effectivity. But how about more data for you? Gibraltar, 100% of their population has been vaccinated, but they've recently seen a 2,500% spike in cases. The Delta variant, how do you test for it? How are you testing for a variant based on something that has only been sequenced digitally? There has been no isolate. And how many children have died from this vaccine? Over 400 now. And now you're saying you want businesses and organizations to mandate these experimental medical procedures, but businesses can't enforce even registered medical devices like masks. And you still want to violate our HIPAA rights and get our medical information.
Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you very much for your comment. Next is phone 1113. And I believe if you're on your phone, you want to dial *6 to unmute. It looks like you're still muted right now. Okay, we'll try again later. Let's go with phone 6478. There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. My name is Madeline, and I like to urge you again to give us more time. 3 minutes isn't enough, and you have so much time you take to reveal your side and what you like to accomplish, and we don't have enough time. There is so many riches around and no bigots. It's really, it's science, it's all clear, and the people can really do footnotes that it's totally true, and we have to lay this out on a platform and make it clear what we like to say, and we don't have enough time, so please give the people more time who like to talk a little longer. I take less time, and so somebody else could take a little more. So I give my time, I pass it on. So please, we need more time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next comment, Linda Fugati Hatfield. Hopefully I said that correctly, but please let us know your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can hear you just fine.
Oh, okay. My name is Linda Fugate Hatfield, and I'm from Lakeport. And I just wanted to give a moment to just say that we keep hearing people throw up about the beers reports, and those are unverified reports. It scares people when they hear all of these thousands of deaths, and those are unverified. Those have not been investigated yet. And I just wanted to reach out to some people that are listening and go, don't count on those until there have been several agencies investigate all of those reports. It does nothing but scare people. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Dr. Pace. Thank you, Dr. Bloom. Thank you, Denise Pomeroy. You guys have all rocked this out. And thank you to all the board for taking the time to listen to all of us and do the best you can to help all of Lake County.
Thank you for your comment. Next is phone 6205.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Thank you so much. I want to somehow allow all of us to take a breath and come back to our town here. And I want to talk about what's happening at my grocery store, where approximately 4,000 households shop. It's in the Riviera, and it's a small market, And it's staffed mostly by young people who look like they are just out of high school. There might be 15 or 20 employees at any one time, none of whom have masks on. And in the last 3 weeks, very few, if any, of the shoppers have masks on. And when I've called the store to ask about their policy, what I was told was they will only act when the Board of Supervisors acts and publicizes it. That is the only situation that they will respond to. So I'd like to ask all of you, I know we all go to the grocery store. Please, when you go to yours, look around. See who is masking, who is not. What do you think would reach those people? Because they're not getting your message. Your message is clear here in the Board of Supervisors. I so appreciate that. But when you go out in the world, they're not hearing it. I don't know what to do about it, but I'm hoping that you will increase your outreach and your messaging, at least to grocery stores where we all go, and to take action in such a way that people hear that the Board of Supervisors is united and taking action on the behalf of the county. Thank you.
And your name again?
Bart Levinson.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comment. Next, phone 2689. Again, please give us your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Christina, and I'm not a scientist. I'm not going to try to convince you of anything on that level. I do, however, wish to urge you how important it is to do research and to listen to sources outside of mainstream news and voices. There's information out there from some highly esteemed scientists who are now being completely dismissed as quacks and censored. One such scientist, his name is Dr. Robert Malone, he is actually an inventor of the RNA technology platform. He has come forward concerning the numbers of deaths and adverse reactions to the vaccine and the successful repurposing of other drugs against COVID-19 when used early on. That's the key word, early on. People have been sent home when they came to the hospitals early on and told to go home, come back when you can't breathe anymore. So no one will make billions from these older drugs, these that could be used as a repurposed drug. We as a people, that's a quote from a larger document, you may recognize that, are in danger from some other fronts. And I just want to once again urge you to examine information that's available to you from other sources. And I too don't believe I've used my 3 minutes, and I donate it to someone else. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comment. And the last hand I see on the Zoom room is phone 1113. Let's see if we can get you to unmute this time.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please give us your name, and again, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, this is Dr. Will Tuttle. Okay, as you know, I've been speaking to you regularly for the last few months as your constituent, doing my best to bring the light of truth to this darkness of deception that's covering our whole county and our whole country now. And we can see that the big pharma-controlled medical establishment and the mainstream media rolling out and creating this case-demic to injure and control people, to close small businesses, transfer wealth and power to the elites that are controlling the government and the corporations. And as we heard a little earlier, really consider the fact that right now, for example, the territory of Gibraltar in southern Spain has the highest vaccination in the world for COVID, with 99% of the people fully vaccinated. They're having an explosion of COVID cases, 2,500% increase. They're having everyone now locking down. Everyone has to wear masks. And so this is what you've been dreaming of. It'd be like Gibraltar, get virtually 100% of Lake County so-called vaccinated. And as you can see, it's not a solution. The same is true in Israel, another extremely heavily vaccinated place. They're having a terrible time with COVID. 95% of the new cases there are in vaccinated people. The obvious thing is that we are being extremely gullible and thinking that we're getting a COVID so-called breakthrough case when actually we're getting injuries from the vaccine itself. And the hospitals and the doctors are calling that COVID. So I'm trying, as a friend, really, to reason with you that this is a Trojan horse. If we're going to continue to insist on being so gullible and to believe this, then we're going to find our health deteriorating. It's well understood that these injections create harmful spike proteins, and they're also causing blood clots. People are calling it the clot shot. Micro blood clots, billions of them, that clog up the veins and capillaries in our body, causing respiratory problems and circulatory system injuries, heart inflammation, and severely harming people and slowly killing them. Young people are dying of heart attacks right after the clot shot. I just talked last night to a friend in Santa Rosa who told me that his vaccinated friend had a 14-year-old son who got the shot and was found dead in his bed 2 days later. This is outrageous and tragic, and it's all being covered up. If you're honest, you'll agree you don't feel as well as you did before the shot, unless you were lucky and got a saline one. But then you're going to have to take a booster, and then another booster, and the toxic boosters will never end. Is that how you want to live your life? The American Indians learned through bitter experience not to trust the government. Every so-called gift they got was actually a way to destroy their culture, pollute their bodies, and kill their spirit. How ironic this all is. Now, more than ever, we have to question this narrative and realize that the health department, the medical establishment, the media, and the government are all parrots with blinders on, repeating what they've been told to say. Thank you for caring. Thank you very much. That's all.
Okay, thank you for your comment. And looking in the boardroom, do we have any comments in the boardroom? Please come to the microphone. And again, give us your name, and you have 3 minutes.
John Moss, Jessica Paiska, you asked for stories. I want to know how to get a story to you.
The reporter's right here.
What?
We have the Record B reporter right here if you want to.
Oh, to give her the story?
We want to start hearing people's stories in the community, so you can.
Oh, not to give you personally the story. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to know.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Let's bring it back to the board. Looks like we have no further public comment. Supervisor Paiska.
So we have talked about sharing stories, and hopefully we can work with our media partners. We have a Record B reporter here today. We have Lakeco News. We have social media. If people want to continue to share their stories, that would be really wonderful. I just really want to express my gratitude. We have 2 medical doctors here who have hands-on clinical experience dealing with this pandemic. They're working in the trenches, and they are giving us their reality day to day. So I want to thank both you, Dr. Pace and Dr. Bloom, for being here today and sharing your very visceral experiences with us. As we saw in our data, 50% of our cases are 20 to 44-year-olds. So that is those are our working people. And I really encourage businesses to take the steps necessary to protect your staff. We're seeing many of our restaurants close temporarily because they have a small outbreak and they have to clean and they have to recover. So if our businesses can step up, talk to their staff about masking, about getting vaccinated, that will go a long way to protecting us in the grocery stores and us, when we want to go out and support those businesses. So, it's up to all of us. We have to continue to work as a community together. And really our only way forward is to mask in the short term and get vaccinated in the medium to long term. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? I do want to kind of bring this back to Dr. Pace and Dr. Bloom, I do have a question because VAERS oftentimes gets brought up. I think it's misunderstood. This is not a medical doctor reporting forum. It's a public reporting forum. But I also believe that some of the pauses that we've seen worldwide on vaccination, I know that I believe it was the Johnson & Johnson was on pause for a moment here in the United States. I believe it was due to blood clotting. And I know there were other pauses as well in Europe that I believe those were based on verification of VAERS reporting, and whenever anything threw a red flag that they would do further studies. Can you please elaborate on that if one of you has a response for that?
Well, I mean, Dr. Bloom may have something to add to it too, but I can tell you that these side effects and negative outcomes are being tracked very closely, and you know, the public reporting is helpful, and that you're right, that goes into the reporting system. But like when the clotting problems were picked up with the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, basically it reached a threshold, they shut it down for a while. A lot of people were vetting the data and trying to make sense of what was going on. And then a decision was made that the risk of people not getting vaccinated was higher than the risk of people getting vaccinated. And so then there were certain sort of precautions put in place to try to warn people, especially certain groups that seem to be more at risk. So, I mean, nothing is risk-free. And so I agree with everybody that it's very important to track what's going on and to follow the data. It just seems like the data sources get confusing sometimes. And I would just like to reassure people that the professional organizations are extremely concerned about side effects from these, but we're weighing out risk versus benefit at any point in time. And people that have been very concerned about vaccines in the past made certain calculations about risk and benefit. For example, nobody in the Western Hemisphere is coming in contact with polio virus. And so to make a decision about polio vaccine is sort of a complicated process. And, overall, the medical establishment has been very clear that vaccinating the population against polio was a really good thing because it keeps it out of the population. We don't have to worry about it anymore. And the risks versus benefits were clear. In this case of COVID, though, it's a new vaccine. Everything's moving very quickly. We're trying to understand things and trying to get in front of it so that we don't have these appalling death rates that we're seeing. But people in the medical professional vaccine world are taking very seriously these side effects. But the difference is that from polio or some of these other viruses is that you will come in contact with COVID. You are coming in contact with it when you go to Walmart. And if you're vaccinated, your chances are much, much lower of coming down with something serious. And so, I think there's a lot going on behind the scenes that isn't necessarily being considered with some of the data that's being thrown out here in the meeting now.
Thank you very much for that response. Just looking through my notes from what was said, I think it's strange to claim that the vaccine is a ploy from Big Pharma, but yet also stating that doctors are ignoring medicine brought to you by Big Pharma. It's kind of like the PCR test. If the PCR test is bad, then that means the death rate is even worse. So I think the arguments don't hold water. It's not completely well thought out, and it's a partial tactic of information that does not quite compute when you really think about it logically. The other issue is natural alternatives. It's good to be healthy. It's good to lead a healthy lifestyle. We're talking about blue zones right now in the area. You have your activities so that you are exercising your body, eat healthy, eat vegetables, eat fruit. But the fact is we have 4.1 million people that have died worldwide from COVID, and we got to do something more than just offering the healthy alternatives, because it's not enough. This is why we have had vaccines in our history. This is why we have the medicine that we have, because the natural therapies are not enough to be able to decrease the death rate to a point that it's tolerable and acceptable. And if we could do better, then we should be doing better. We can't just shrug our shoulders at 4.1 million deaths. And just looked up Gibraltar. They only had 9 new cases yesterday, and they have a total of 43 active cases. So this idea that they're having a 2,500 or 25,000% increase is not correct. Yes, people who are vaccinated are getting the Delta variant, but also there are 0 deaths happening in Gibraltar, which is kind of proving the point that was stated by Dr. Pace and Dr. Bloom, that you are less likely to succumb to hospitalization or death if you are vaccinated. And they are extremely vaccinated in Gibraltar. They have one of the highest percentages, and it's with Pfizer. It's not one of those other vaccinations that unfortunately has been unapproved by many, many nations across the world. And so it's showing what we need to see. And right now, we know we have an enemy. We know that they're knocking on our door, and we're choosing not to pick up a weapon to protect ourselves. This is a weapon to protect ourselves. If we choose not to, we're going to have to deal with the circumstances of how that enemy is going to handle us. And right now, the situation in our hospitals are dire. We need to try to reduce it. And I'm just asking our community, please use a face mask when you need to use a face mask. It is not the end of the world to help protect your community. It's not about you. It's not about me. It's about us. It's about our community. And please think about getting vaccinated. It is going to help you and your family. It is going to provide protection, which is exactly what we want to do, so we can move on and start talking about other things. Dr. Bloom, I saw your hand up and then it went back down. Not sure if you still had a comment.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Sabatier. I did not want to interrupt what you were saying, as it was quite important. I wanted to just dovetail onto what Dr. Pace said and just mention a few things. I want to be perfectly clear and say that I do not personally receive money from any pharmaceutical company. I do not receive money from Pfizer. I do not receive money from Johnson & Johnson. I do not receive money from Moderna. So my recommendations are also not coming from the media. And when I was public health officer, they were not coming from the media. And what Dr. Pace says, I think that I can safely say does not come from the media or from a news outlet. We base recommendations on science. When we say science, we mean evidence-based research. Particularly, there are different types of studies that can be done. And the primary study that we want to see is something called a randomized placebo-controlled doubly blinded study, which is the gold standard for medical research. And there are a lot of these studies which are now out there looking at a range of different types of treatments for COVID-19, ranging from what was discussed during the comments, ivermectin, budesonide, vitamin C, folic acid, ascorbic acid, thiamine, that's vitamin B1. There's a range of them, and over the course of time, there have been many treatments for many different illnesses, ranging from penicillin to snake oil. And so you need a way to differentiate here, and that is what science helps us to do by looking evidentiarily at does it work or does it not work objectively, and not listening to the media source of your choice, because that does not help us as a people to move forward and to actually say what works and what doesn't work. So I wanted to make that point. I wanted to make the point also that we can talk a lot about different things, but correlation is not causation. So just because something happened to someone that had the shot, or something happened to somebody that I know, doesn't mean it was the cause of the outcome. That is, again, what science looks at. It looks at all these different things and what might confound, which is confuse the outcome, and try to tease out what is actually causal, not what happened to be there when something else happened, and then say, oh, that caused it, because that is something that can cause a lot of problems. And studies and science go through leap through many hoops to avoid that correlation issue and saying it's causation, because they are very different and you can get pushed down the wrong pathway if you're not careful with that. So those were the main points that I wanted to make. I don't want to get down in the weeds with the other issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Looking to see if we have any final comments before we go ahead and close up this item. Thank you very much both to Dr. Bloom and Dr. Pace, as well as Director Pomeroy, for being here with us for this item. Unfortunately, we're not out of these weeds quite yet.
Thank you both for coming today.
Okay. If it's possible, so we have a 1:30 item on our agenda. I think we need to do a lunch before then. However, we have two pulled items from the consent agenda. I think we can do these very quickly. Are you guys okay with going through those two and then taking a lunch and coming back at 1:30, or would you prefer taking a lunch right now? Okay, let's go ahead and push forward. Item 5.8, adopt resolution amending resolution 2021-68 and approving the classification, compensation, recruitment, and retention committee findings and recommendations for fiscal year 2021-2022. And either Pam Samick or CAO Hutchinson, not sure who's taking the lead on this one.
Pam Samick will present this. She's here, Pam. Here she comes. Thank you, Pam.
Good morning, or good afternoon, everybody. This item is just clarifying a couple of items that we needed to add to the budget. We previously did not assign a grade to the landfill operator trainee series. And so this is just clarifying that and what the steps are. Step one. In addition, we are adding the Sheriff's Public Information Officer, which was not previously assigned a grade, and we assigned grade G28. And then we had one more little item of clarification for the emergency event data evaluation fiscal manager. We met at the classification and compensation recruitment and retention committee, and this title was changed and assigned a grade of M35. So these are just a couple of cleanup items that we needed to take care of for the budget. And if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the item that originally came out on Friday was updated on Monday with more information regarding the public information and outreach position at the Sheriff's Department and the event, the emergency event fiscal manager as well. And so I wanted to make sure that that was provided to the public since there was an update, and I appreciate that from Director Samick. And any comments from the board before we open up for the public? All right, let's go ahead and open it up for the public. Any comments or questions on this item? And let's bring it back for action.
I'll offer the resolution.
Resolution has been offered. Johanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye. And just for clarification, the resolution was offered by Supervisor Scott. Then let's go to item 5.9. A, waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code Section 2-38.2 based on the determination that competitive bidding would produce no economic benefit to the county. B, approve agreement between the County of Lake and Ependendio Construction for construction of temporary water main bypass at Adobe Creek Bridge in Findlay, and authorize Special Districts Administrator to sign. And Director Harder is with us. If you could please present this.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Zapata, members of the board. So what you have before you for your consideration this morning or this afternoon is an agreement, an urgency agreement to install an interim temporary water main to the community of Findlay. So the communities of Kelseyville and Findlay are joined by a water main. And we discovered a water leak in Adobe Creek in that water main earlier this year, and we've been working on a permanent repair and monitoring that leak. It has grown significantly in the recent past, last week, week and a half, enough that we are concerned that we'd like to install an interim repair to ensure that the community of Findlay does not lose water while we're completing the work, getting the permanent repair done. So initially we had requested this under the competitive bidding would produce no economic benefit to the county. We're considering a time and materials based contract. The contractor will be paying prevailing wages, which would be consistent regardless of who the contractor is. And we reviewed their equipment rates, and they are consistent with what the state allows when they're doing force account work. So we feel it's a fair contract, but as noted in the memo, it is also an urgent contract, and we would not want to prolong this any further. We'd like to get the interim repair in before we face a possible failure of that water main.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And the reason I wanted this pulled is I disagree with the no economic benefit from doing a formal bidding process, and I hope we do so for the main fix. But for this, it's an urgency fix, which I think falls under the emergency need of bypassing the formal bidding, and that was my only reason for pulling this. And just wanted to make that the board aware in case the board wanted to change it as well. Any further comment from the board? Okay, let's open it up for the public. Any comments from the public on this? All right, bringing it back to the board.
Mr. Chair, I move to waive the formal bidding process pursuant to Lake County Code Section 2-38.2 based on the determination that competitive bidding would produce no economic benefit to the county.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Scott and a second by Supervisor Pyska.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Nay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve agreement between the County of Lake, and I'm going to spell it EPIDENDIO, construction of temporary water main bypass at Adobe Creek Bridge in Findlay, and authorize the special district administrator to sign.
Second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Scott, second by Supervisor Simon. Roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska,
Yes.
and Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Director Harder.
Thank you.
And that takes care of all of our open session items except for our 1:30. And so let's take a...
And calendar.
And then, oh yeah, calendars and then our closed session. Let's go ahead and take a lunch break and come back at 1:30 p.m. So 15-minute break. All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. It's 1:31 p.m. We have a couple of items left for open session. The first one is 6.4, and I am peeking out the door to see if, yeah, they're still having a conversation. Would you like to come in for your item? And so item 6.4, 1:30 p.m., public hearing, appeal of vicious animal abatement case number 859, located at 21852 Jerusalem Grade, Lower Lake, Brandon Strouser. And before we get started, I'm going to look at Ms. Grant. I believe this is a continuation of the previous public hearing. Do we need to do new swearing-ins, or only if they weren't sworn in the previous meeting?
Only if not sworn in during the previous meeting.
Okay. Is there anybody here that was not available for the previous meeting that needs to be sworn in so they can provide testimony in today's public hearing? Okay, everybody was here, and actually let me look online. Raise your hand if you need to be sworn in for this item. And if we do get to you and you want to make a comment, you haven't been sworn in, we'll just have to catch that as we go. So let's go ahead and get started. And I believe that the way that we do these public hearings is we begin with Animal Control Department with their testimony and their update on where we are with this case. And And Ms. Grant, please correct me if I'm wrong in process.
You're doing fine, sir.
One step good.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson. With regards to the status of the vicious dogs, the owners, in this case Ms. Matthews, per Director Aramis, has otherwise complied with the terms with regard to the kennel. It's been set up in her residence in Mendocino County. Director Aramis had staff to go inspect it, and per my information from Director Aramis, Mendocino staff have also inspected it. Essentially, the only thing remaining on our end is the payment of fees as well as the vaccination, which would occur once fees were paid. My understanding is that the owner is ready to pay. With regard to Mendocino County, when I've been advised, they had requested vaccination records, which were provided. There was questions as to the insurance for the animals. Per their regulations, as well as our own, it's a $50,000 insurance. Ms. Matthews has provided proof that she has insurance for $1 million, so it well exceeds the amount there. And despite that, currently Mendocino County has not given us a firm answer whether they would accept or deny. There had been questions about the animals' wolf heritage. As a result, the animals were subjected to a DNA test. Per what Director Aramis has replied to me or informed me about, they do not qualify as a wolf hybrid under state regulations. So in that sense, they're not a wolf hybrid. But beyond that, we do not have any other information from Mendocino County as to whether they're approving, denying the dogs being moved there.
Okay, when was the last communication with Mendocino regarding that?
Probably about a week or two ago, probably 2 weeks ago.
Okay, and is that all of the update information you have for us on this?
I believe that's it.
And meanwhile, the animals are not currently in Mendocino since nothing has been approved for the transfer. What is the status of those animals? I know you had at least one, if not two, in your animal shelter. I know there was one that was still somewhat loose, though there was a belief that the animal may already be dead. Do we have any updates on the status of the animals?
Certainly. So the 2 dogs that we had in our custody are still in our custody. And I checked today, we've had them since May, so about 85 days, middle of May. The 3rd dog, haven't been able to confirm whether it's alive or dead, but I did get a report of another potential dog out there, similar looking, that may be roaming the area, but we haven't been able to figure out where it lives or see it or anything at this time. So we just have the 1 report, and that's it.
Okay, and before we move on to the Brandon Strausser's report, what is your request and what is your recommendation for moving forward?
At this time, I would like to get a firm answer from Mendocino County as to if there are any issues or not to the release. Otherwise, just settling up with payment, vaccinations, and getting them out.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, for the record, if the 2 parties could each identify themselves.
Jonathan Louie, Deputy County Counsel. Jonathan Armis, Lake County Animal Care and Control Director.
Thank you very much. And I believe there is somebody representing Brandon Strausser here as well. If you would like to make your statement, if animal control is done with theirs, which I believe they are. Okay.
Thank you and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Edward Savin, and I represent Brandon Strausser. And his interests and Tyra Matthews' interests run kind of the same. And everything that the gentleman stated is absolutely accurate. So I won't reiterate, only to say that I've communicated as recently as today by letter with Mendocino County Deputy Counsel Rena Blanton And it's really just Mendocino County just dragging their feet. That's all it is. Ms. Matthews and Mr. Strasser have complied instantly with everything they've been asked to do. All of the concerns have been refuted, for instance, by a DNA test. So, so there's the unknown. I did write a letter today that was somewhat terse in that, you know, this matter has to resolve, and I asked council if they had any legal objections to the animals being transferred to state them now in writing. And so that was today. But otherwise, there seems to be no reason why the animals can't be transferred to their new home. And that's my report.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything from the board as far as further questions or comments? If Ms. Grant would like to please make a comment. Please do so.
Thank you, sir. Since it is apparent, unless the animal control director now says otherwise, that the release of the animals depends upon the willingness of Mendocino County to accept them there. If that is true, then your board may be looking at considering a brief continuance with very firm direction to all parties to get an answer, yes or no, up or down, as to whether those animals are going to be accepted, or at least a statement that Mendocino County raises no objections. There's several ways to do it, but you may want to hear from the animal control director on that, because certainly he can't breach his own requirements or his policies.
So there would be the question of whether or not the dogs could legally be transferred as far as what their county ordinances or state ordinances could say. We haven't got any confirmation that there is any legal issues on that front as far as how the animals are DNA tested or anything else. There is a question of whether or not they're properly licensed in Mendocino County, or if they may or may not need a permit. So those are the two things that we're kind of waiting for, I suppose. And so I just want to get those situations clear and taken care of before I just whimsically send the dogs on.
And what kind of recommended timeline would you be requesting if we were to give an extension today?
Could I have 1 second just to confer and see?
Please. I almost wanted to say you can approach the bench.
You'll have occasion at some point to say something close.
And let's just go ahead and take a 5-minute recess. And do we need longer time? Okay, never mind.
We're about 3 weeks is what we're thinking.
Okay.
I don't know if the calendar is heavy that day or if we have an opening or not.
Johanna, can you look at the calendar 3 weeks from today and see if
I
you...
don't think we have a meeting 3 weeks from
The
today.
calendar is clear, so whenever.
Well, let's see though, 3 weeks from today gets us to...
Yeah, the 31st, we don't have a
Fifth
meeting.
Tuesday, so
gonna
we
be
do not
closer
meet the
to 6 weeks,
31st,
I
we
think.
do not meet the 7th because that's a holiday week.
Yeah.
Unless we do, that's a long time to go without meeting.
I would say let's bring it back on the 24th just to see what the status is.
Okay.
And if we need to, then at that point we can extend it further, because there is the 5th week of August, which we don't meet, and then Labor Day as well. Supervisor mentioned those to me as we were looking at the calendar, and so.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to look at real quick, but
Yeah. So let's go ahead and bring it back on the 24th, just to get a status update and seeing if we need another extension to go further or if it's been rectified.
Perfect.
And let's hope, and if Supervisor Simon does not mind, I know that sometimes having a board member helps get a response faster. I would say please utilize whatever opportunities you have to reach out to Mendocino so we can try and get that response.
Will do.
Okay. And we will open it up for the public, so let's just finish up before we do that. Are there any questions or comments from the board before we open it up for the public? I do have a question. Have we received less complaints in the area since you've had the 2 dogs in your shelter?
I'm only aware of the one. I don't think we've had any other complaints besides that one.
So it would appear that there's a reduction of complaints at this moment in time?
As far as like those types of dogs running around loose, yeah.
And I think that's the outcome we're looking for, so that's good news as far as I'm concerned. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and open it up for the public before we make a decision on what we're going to do. And so, and if you have been sworn in for this previous public hearing, then go ahead and approach, and you have 3 minutes.
Mr. Chair, the lady standing is not a member of the public. She's the owner of the dog.
Oh, well, I apologize for that. Please approach us before we open it up for the public. If you could provide your name.
Tyra Matthews. And I just wanted to say that the dogs, if I could watch them in their cage that was approved here at Brandon's, I would watch them personally until they figure it out in Mendocino, because their elbows and their paws are red from either they're chafing from the cement, constant cement, and laying on constant cement. It's breaking my heart, and I just don't think that I thought I proved to them when they were jailed. I got a picture of another dead goat proving to them it wasn't them. The killing was still going on. And I gave the picture to the lawyer, and I gave it to Armis and showed him. I just left Brandon's the day after they got arrested, and here's another dead animal. So I was like, it wasn't them, if they're still being killed. And I figured it was a dog because they didn't eat it or drag it off like a lion would or something. And I just want the best welfare for these dogs. I don't think that they did anything wrong other than being in their yard. And the punishment really doesn't fit the crime. I'm going to ask to see if I could just watch them in their cage that was approved here in this county until the other county can figure it out. They've been very uncooperative. I don't think that Richard should even work in this county for the county. He's yelled. He doesn't talk to me. He doesn't answer my calls. He's been calling names to this county and the county workers, and I don't feel like I need to hear his issues, name calling and all and such. And I just don't know how he remains in the position that he's in. He's still constantly trying to cause drama. We hear it through the lawyer about, they're going to be 40%, and they're not 40%. We got this test that he asked for 3 weeks prior and then ignored us after we got the test.
I just want to reorient you. We have no jurisdiction on the staffing over in Mendocino County. So what we can control at this moment, let's try to keep it on that topic and the topic at hand about the dogs. Right now, they're deemed vicious dogs, and our goal right now is to put them in a safe place.
Right.
Ms. Grant?
Yes, just for further clarification, sir. Right now, what's before the board, and the reason this was continued was the parties had reached at least a tentative resolution that was pending certain details, and that's where the board left it. If instead this is going to open up to a hearing on the merits, then procedurally your board should regroup and begin the process another way. So if this is moving forward the way the animal's owners indicated to their counsel and the way that's been indicated by animal control, then the issue of the continuance is really the only final issue before your board today. Again, if you want to open it up as to the merits and discard the potential settlement for now, you certainly can do so, but you can't really do both at the same time.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, I said what I said.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if there's no more comments from the involved parties, then are we good? Okay. Hold on one second. Animal control, please.
I just wanted to respond to the comments about potential any type of injury or health concerns for the dogs. They have been seen by a vet. They are in healthy condition right now. There was an issue potentially of one dog running and sliding on the pavement, but it has been corrected and has seen a vet and is completely healthy. Just wanted to let everyone know.
Okay. And I will say, for the fact that the complaints have dropped, and the fact that we've already had the discussion of where we want the solution to be, and the fact that there was also an opportunity to have the fixes occur on that piece of property before, and those options and solutions were not put to place 100%. We found ourselves with a situation with the vicious dog. I don't want to go back to that situation. I want us to be able to move forward, and I'm hoping that we can have a steadfast resolution with the County of Mendocino. But that's just me personally. I don't want to speak for the entire board. But thank you very much for that statement.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and open it up to the public. Please. State your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Joan Moss, I am a member of the public. I want to commend Animal Control on the way they work. I worked with them on another issue. They were very responsible. They called me back. We solved the problem. Jonathan told me that no way was this wolf dog or dog wolf, whatever he's been called, going to get a test to see about his genealogy, how much wolf he is and how much dog he is. And I'd like to know why. If you're going to spend $50,000 or $1 million, you can afford a test to find out how much wolf is in his body, their bodies. And what the Fish and Game told me is that if less than 25, I don't know, I forgot what they told me, I didn't write it down. But if the dog is more wolf than dog, he's considered a wolf. And that means he's a predator. And he should be treated as such. And I just want to ask that question. Maybe I have time to find out. I tried to call to find out how much a test is. Tried to find out the facts. I am not independent or dependent. I am just an interested party who thinks that a natural predator should not be punished for what he does naturally. Thank you. I'll keep looking.
Thank you very much.
But I'd like to know what law says that he cannot, that the dog wolves cannot receive a test to test their blood to see how much wolf they are and how much dog they are. I think that's very relevant to this case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Director Armas if you could provide a response.
We actually did perform a DNA test on the dogs, had been done. At the time that I spoke with Joan, I let her know that I had no plans at that time to do that test, because at the time I did not have any indication that I was worried about it being a wolf hybrid. This was at the request of Mendocino County, and we did that as soon as that request came in. And so it falls beneath that level that would consider it be a wolf hybrid.
Thank you very much. I had a feeling that this was due to the conversation with Mendocino County in order to try to make the process fluid and move forward, so I appreciate that. Any other comment in the Zoom room or the boardroom? And seeing, oh, I see we have Glow Anderson. If we can get her unmuted, please provide your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Glow Anderson. I sent an e-comment, and I hope you got it, that on July 12th, I saw what we've been calling the wolf dogs going across the field. So there is one still out here, and I reported it on the 13th, because when I saw it on July 12th, it was 8:30 at night, and I knew I wouldn't be able to get a hold of anybody, and it was moving pretty quick, and so by the time I would have gotten to a phone, it would have been gone. I just wanted to let Animal Care and Control know this, so I reported it to Mary, and I also reported it to Moak on the 13th, and I think I got my e-comment in to the board a couple days ago.
Yes, you did.
To let them know that there is still a wolf dog out here.
Yes, you did
Thank
provide
you.
an e-comment, and I believe you had pictures.
And thank you so much
Yes, you did provide the e-comment and
Okay.
believe you
And
had
thank you
pictures
so much for
attached.
making sure that,
We keep interrupting each other. I'll let you finish.
well, thank you so much for making sure the dogs do not come back out here, because they have attacked other creatures, wildlife, livestock, and yes, the complaints have gone down. Thank you so much for keeping them at animal care and control. It has been helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that seems to be the end of public comment, and bringing it back to the board for further conversation, questions, or action. Supervisor Simon?
Mr. Chair, I would be, what I would like to do is continue this hearing to August 24th. Do we need a time specific? Is 1:30 okay on that day?
Johanna, there's nothing on that calendar at all?
There's one proclamation, but 1:30 works.
Let's make it at 11 a.m., Mr. Chair, just in case it happened to be a short agenda. Would that be okay?
Yeah, I'm fine with that time, yes.
Okay, so we'll make it 11?
Okay.
The only,
And
yeah,
that's fair
we
enough.
don't believe you on the short agenda, by the way. The only reason that I'm hesitant is right now, it seems that is an opportunity for Dr. Pace to speak to us, is that time frame. I'd hate,
This was just a one-time
Okay.
situation. His schedule is changing. He just
okay,
told
because
me
before it was 9 o'clock, so, okay. Just wanted to make sure and check in on that.
Yeah.
I'm perfectly fine with 11.
And I do want to make sure that, Anita, just making sure that my motion being specific, that, we are waiting for that response from Mendocino. Do I need to put that in the motion, or just the continuance is fine?
I think the continuance is fine, but certainly it is based upon the need for further clarification and confirmation from Mendocino.
I do have one question before you make a
Yeah,
motion.
go ahead.
Question for Director Armis. It's been since May, you said, and I'm getting a little worried about the cost of sheltering. Granted, I don't know that it changes the outcomes, but has there been any conversation with the owner about the payment for the sheltering? Because all that, it's staff time, it's food, it's care, all those things, and just getting a little concerned about the time frame.
Yeah, conversations have been had. They're willing to pay, and they got an updated cost probably about 3 weeks ago, and I do have the updated costs here again as of today.
Okay.
For them.
Has there been any maybe partial payments about maybe month to month for the month of May? Have they paid for that, or are we waiting till the animal is out of the shelter to provide a bill?
Generally, we wait till the end.
Okay. Okay. I'm glad you're having those conversations, because I think those are important parts of finalizing everything as well. Any further comments or questions? I think we're ready for a motion.
Yeah, my motion is still on the floor to move this hearing to August 24th at 11 a.m.
Second.
Continue, I apologize. Continue the hearing till 11 a.m. on August 24th.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Supervisor Simon, second by Supervisor Crandall. Johanna, roll call, please.
Okay, Supervisor Simon,
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott. Aye. Aye. Okay, thanks. And Supervisor Sabatier.
Oh, wait, I think we missed.
Aye.
Yeah,
Oh, I thought okay, sorry. Supervisor Pyska, just for the record.
Yes.
Aye. Yes, okay, and then Supervisor Sabatier.
aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you, for showing up today, and let's hope that we get the response we're looking for quickly. Okay, and that was the last of our items, and we have 3 minutes for calendars, and I don't think that is enough time. So I think we'll do our calendars after the fact, because we start at 2 o'clock for a closed session, correct?
Mr. Chair, I've advised the folks we're meeting with at 2 o'clock that we may run late, so I think it would be better to go ahead and go with
Okay.
calendars. I was planning to let the support team go for the day.
Okay, let's go ahead and do 7.1. Supervisor Simon.
Yeah, Board of Supervisors meeting the rest of today. Tomorrow, Lake Transit LTA and APC meeting in the morning. On Thursday, do have some potential meetings, Carol, both Thursday and Friday. I'm not available until after 10 a.m. on Thursday and Friday. I apologize if that's going to throw a wrench in everything, but I did.
Okay, we'll look at
Yeah,
something
two of them
different.
that go on, and the reason is, we're hoping that there will be a football season in Lake County, and practice has started this week, so I'm out there with the kids at this point. So,
We'll look at something for next week then.
yeah,
Okay.
or just a little bit later, 30 minutes later, after 10 a.m. I am available, from 10 to 1. And then Thursday night, the 12th, have math. And then on Monday, we have our meeting. I have my meeting set with Carol, and also the Risk Reduction Authority meeting, Board of Supervisors, and I did attend. We are looking to add those seats. I did attend the Clear Lake meeting last Thursday night, and they approved to join. And I know that we have the City of Lakeport later on in this month also. So we are moving with the expansion of the Risk Reduction Authority. And like I said again, 3 p.m. on Monday, we have our Risk Reduction Authority meeting.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Crandall.
Yes, so tonight we have the Community Visioning Forum Committee, Planning Committee meeting at 6 p.m. via Zoom. Tomorrow, I see agenda review at 9. Thursday, I do have the other meeting, but I don't think if Supervisor Simon isn't available, then we'll probably move that.
That was the one reschedule, and we'll reschedule again. It's
Okay. And then, so then at 1, I have a scope work plan discussion with the Blue Ribbon Committee. Friday, department head eval process discussion. And then Monday, CAO meeting, and back here Tuesday for the Board of Supervisors meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Supervisor Scott?
Yes, tonight there's a fire board meeting for Lakeport at 5. I'm not sure if I'll be able to attend or not. And then at 6 o'clock, the Community Vision Forum that I will be attending at 6. But also tonight at 6 o'clock, Lakeport Unified School District is having a back to school night. Dinner will be served at 5:30, and then the kids can show up at 6 and meet their teachers, get their schedules if they're in high school. Tomorrow I have a meeting to look at an art proposal for Lakeport. And then on Thursday, I have an advisory board committee meeting at 9, and then health directors ad hoc committee meeting at 3:30. And then on Friday, department head meeting at noon. And then Monday, Mendocino College goes back on Monday, so look for that. And then phone calls with constituents, and then pit committee meeting at 1 o'clock, and then just preparing for Tuesday's meeting.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, so tomorrow morning, there's a medical advisory meeting that I can't make because I have the CSAC New Supervisor Institute. And then I have the Channel Cats Award Ceremony that evening, which I'm really looking forward to. Thursday, I have the New Supervisor Institute continuing, and I've decided not to go to Sacramento. I'm doing it virtually. I had to ask for that, and then I just received the email that it's canceled anyway, so in person. So it's all virtual, which I'm happy about. There's Fire Safe Council meetings. I'm not sure if I'll be able to make that. And there's a CARES Act meeting at 1:30. I think I should be able to make that after the Supervisor Institute. And then 2 ad hoc committee meetings that afternoon. Friday, you're not able to make that committee meeting at 8:30? Is that?
Yeah, that's what I was
Okay,
saying.
yeah. So I look to that to be rescheduled. I'm going to be visiting the Bell Haven Flower Farm in the afternoon, and then I have a call with somebody in the afternoon. CCC. Monday,
It'll be a surprise
it
call.
will be a surprise. I think I was too
Conservation
fast.
Corps?
I think it is in Ukiah, Mendocino
Conservation
Conservation Corps.
Okay.
Yeah, I think my notes weren't clear enough for myself to remember that. Monday is the first day of school for Middletown Unified, so that's going to be a big day. And risk reduction meeting in the afternoon, then back here on Tuesday.
Thank you very much. And just looking real quick, Looks like tomorrow we have the APCLTA, Supervisor Simon and myself. Is it possible to look at agenda review earlier in the day? Is that possible?
Would you like to do 8 a.m. tomorrow?
8 a.m. or 8:30 a.m., something around that?
Yeah, or we can just, Anita and I usually meet at 8:30, we just flip those. Yeah.
Okay.
8:30, does
Yeah.
that work for you, EJ? Okay, well, just jump into the Zoom, I won't even change it on your calendar,
Perfect.
just jump in at 8:30.
Thank you very much. And then some calls with constituents later on in the day. Let me see. Looks like we have an ARPA and CARES Act ad hoc committee happening in the afternoon on Thursday with a CSAC call later on in the evening. And Friday, it's not on here yet, but wondering if Supervisor Crandall is available on Friday.
What time?
Anytime. My Friday is wide open. I know Environmental Health wants to meet with us regarding AB 626. I'm going to be talking with Craig Weatherby to check in and see if we can have that conversation.
Otherwise, I'm open to doing that, yeah.
So we'll make that happen. And then same thing, getting my children prepared to start school on the 16th, and then myself getting prepared for our meeting on Tuesday, and meeting with our CAO and another CSAC phone call. And with that, that concludes...
Supervisor Scott, did we do her?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, she has a school board meeting, and she hinted
that's
that
right.
she wants to
Yeah.
get out by 5. So we will go into closed session, and our closed session consists of 4 items. 8.1, public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B, appointment of public health officer. 8.2, public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B. 1A, interviews of Community Development Director. B, appointment of Community Development Director. 8.3, public employee evaluation, title Interim Community Development Director. And 8.4, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, City of Clear Lake versus County of Lake et al. And with that, we will adjourn to closed session. Thank you very much for joining us today.